It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Smith has just been a disappointment. I try not to criticize, especially black men or just black people in general. But Stephen A. Smith goes off and he talks about that he has no idea about. He is talking about me with no facts. He has no facts. He just gets on these like white boy right-wing podcasts or on his own show and just goes off about black people and things that for which he has no clue.
Yeah.
And he thinks because he's doing it like this, that people are going to listen to him. What's wrong with you? Talk up. I'm like, what am I watching? It's just shocking to me, this sort of cozying up to white people. And it's got to be for the money. If I became a black conservative, I would be rich like a gazillionaire. Or if I just went on and started like bashing black people just to bash them. And it seems that's become his stock and trade, to make excuses for white people and to cozy up to people like Megyn Kelly. He's one of those black people who white people think black people like, but we don't. And Stephen A. Smith does not represent us. Black people don't.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
Charles, that was Don Lemon, who was famously known for working as a show host at CNN. And Don Lemon on his podcast show was speaking about his disagreement, his beef with Stephen A. Smith, who has the #1 show on sports television, ESPN, First Take, and been #1, I think, for the last 14 years in a row. Now, Stephen A. Smith has begun to gradually move over into other topics, such as politics. And Mr. Lemon is upset and angry because he feels the way Stephen A. Smith is going about addressing the issues of black people within the black community, that he's cozying up to white people and that black people are not supporting Stephen A. Smith. What saddens me about it is two things. One, I don't like to see brothers who disagree philosophically or politically or spiritually publicly fighting and condemning and throwing punches at each other. I would hope and pray, and I would rather us have a private conversation first, an attempt to see if we truly disagree at the manner in which we do, or get a better understanding. One thing I learned from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, no matter what a black leader said about him, you never once ever heard him go publicly and speak ill or foul of that black leader. Even when they would play what the person said about him, he wouldn't even entertain it. My problem, second problem with Don Lemon is, I've been on Don Lemon's show when he was on CNN. I had a private conversation with Mr. Lemon. And I will say this, the very thing he's accusing Stephen A. Smith of doing, that's the exact thing Don Lemon was doing when he was cozying up to liberal white folks at CNN. Many black people were angry and upset with Don Lemon's representation and how weak he was in defending and fighting for black people, and how he seemed to be catering to the best interests of his liberal programmers and viewers at CNN. So the very thing you're throwing a rock at Stephen A. Smith for, people were accusing you of in your own community of doing the same thing. I would say, Mr. Lemon, dear brother, now that your deal fell through with CNN and they let you go, and you try to create a new platform and deal with a real known racist in Mr. Elon Musk, and that fell through. Now, all of a sudden that they no longer have ownership of you, you want to talk strong now. You want to speak boldly now, but just so long as they were financially catering you and giving you your platform, Mr. Lemon, you had no problem cozying up to them. So you should, at least, if you're going to point out what Stephen A. is doing, say to Stephen A., brother, I've been where you are. I've been the favorite hand-picked Negro of mainstream media platforms. And so it's not wise, brother, that you do this. And I'm speaking from personal experience. But to just throw rocks at him, like you've been a champion of black voices without compromise to the establishment of quote-unquote cozying up to white people, is wrong, Brother Don. You are a brother, Don. Stephen A. Smith is a brother, but have some compassion and empathy for a man that you recognize something you disagree with when you was just guilty of that same sin yesterday.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. You are upset that clearly Don Lemon is just putting Stephen Smith's name in his mouth to get clicks on his podcast because he's been pushed off major platforms and he wants the attention to get back to the money he used to be making. But your number one complaint was that two people that share the melanin content in their epidermis are having a public debate. It seems very one-sided because Stephen A. Smith ain't clapping back because he doesn't seem to care, right? Because he's Stephen A. Smith still, and Don Lemon is no longer Don Lemon head anchor on CNN, right? He's a guy that has fallen from grace based on his own refusal to listen to the people that wrote him checks, but it's whatever. But you're literally on a show, right, where you publicly debate and frequently insult your opponent on this show publicly, and it's only okay in your book because I'm white and you're black? You talked about Farrakhan. So Farrakhan didn't criticize other black leaders, but he did have a penchant for criticizing, not even Jewish leaders, just Jews, but he had words for Jewish leaders and white people and white leadership. And that's okay, right? But your only qualm is that Don was negative about someone that happened to share a skin color when also constantly you're arguing that people shouldn't look at things through the lens of skin color. But that's all you do.
I would like to answer.
Well, when I'm done talking, because you were
because
on,
I got a real answer for
but
you.
you went on for a long time.
I went short. I keep it short for you.
Keep it short in your imaginary fabulous mind. But here's the thing. Don wasn't criticized. I mean, if what Stephen A. Smith has done is he has decided he is going to give his honest opinion about stuff. Right now, Don accusing him of pandering and cozying up to the white man and just demonizing white people as you do, as Don has now had a penchant for doing since he's off the CNN platform, which he frames as white, right? Which is incredibly diverse, but just bad TV. But all the issues are whitey, right? When the truth is that Stephen A. Smith has said, you know what? I'm not going to be beholden to leftist talking points. He's most certainly not beholden to right-wing talking points. And he's using the same math that he has so fearlessly done and has led him to the top of the heap of sports commentary, right? He is applying that now to more social commentary. And he is not saying, I've got to follow within the construct of I am black, so society expects me to have all these left-wing opinions. And I applaud it. And in fact, everyone should applaud. Everyone should applaud anyone willing to get and look in a camera and actually tell the truth because it's so rare. Like, I don't think you're lying when you say you don't like white people, right?
I never said that. I said I don't like and I hate white supremacists.
Okay.
There's some very good God-fearing white people in this world. Right. There's some very honest white people in this world.
He's just talking about women he dates.
I'm speaking about
He's just talking about women he dates.
No.
But at the end of the day,
see, that's the way white folk lie. Look at you.
Oh, what am I lying?
That's the way white folk lie. Look at you.
What am I lying about?
For you to say what you just said is outright lie.
It's absolutely.
Ain't no facts
Don't
to that.
listen to this, folks.
But I will say this: Stephen A. Smith is guilty of one thing.
Guilty of being a great
Let me tell
entertainer.
you what he's guilty of.
What?
Stephen A. Smith is a highly intelligent brother. He's so much more than just a sports commentator. God has blessed him with a level of growth and development mentally and spiritually to where he's earned the right to have an opinion and speak about political issues in this country.
Yes.
But where he's guilty of, Stephen A. Smith, brother, if you're listening or you can hear this, your people are angry with you. Because
what, black people?
Black people are angry with you, dear brother.
How do you speak for all black people?
Because you criticize, critique, challenge, and go after many black leaders and black organizations and black individuals, but you don't use that same zeal, that same vigor, that same energy to go after white leaders, white institutions who are guilty of the same thing that you're pointing out your own people for doing. Brother Stephen A. Smith, if you're going to critique your people, you got to be balanced, brother. You got to be just as strong with white institutions as you are with black ones when they're guilty of the same thing. If you do do that, then your people would give you benefit of the doubt and don't see you tap dancing for the enemy, but being hard on your own
Who's
people.
the enemy?
That's like Clarence
Who's the enemy?
Thomas.
Who's the enemy?
The enemy are those institutions like Donald.
Stop lying.
No,
you mean white people. Why lie to our audience?
Those
when you say the enemy, Quanell Farrakhan means whitey.
Every white person is not an enemy of black people.
Okay, yeah, I forgot. The women you date.
When you speak
you
speak about white institutions that are controlled and dominated primarily by white men, and controlled by those like Elon Musk, who's an absolute racist.
You mean the companies he created?
And he's absolute racist.
How's he an absolute racist?
This man retweeted a post last week that said black people were genetically inferior to whites.
Well, that's pretty damn racist. That's horrible.
That's exactly what he reposted.
Well,
wait a minute, hold on.
The problem is you lie so much, I don't know if it's true.
His father,
I will say, if it is true, it's horrible.
Then his father went on a podcast show.
Well,
Elon Musk's father.
You can't
the apple
indict
don't fall
someone.
too far from the tree.
Okay.
The apple don't fall too far from the tree.
Would that be fair if someone said something about your father? If someone said to you, well, Quanell's father or Quanell's mother?
He said, his father said that black people were genetically insufficient to reproduce.
Okay. Again, that's horrible, right? But that's not Elon Musk, right?
Why not? Musk, he just reposted something that said exactly the same thing.
I'm saying, if he did it, that's horrible. And that's racist. I didn't see that.
And guess what? Stephen A. Smith, I didn't see you going after Elon Musk the same way you do Jasmine Crockett.
Stephen A. Smith goes after everyone.
No, he does not.
And you are lying.
He goes hard on black people, but he's not as aggressive.
That's not true.
And keeps that same energy against whites who deserve that energy to him to go after.
So what you're saying is Stephen A. Smith is a pandering liar. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
But it sounds like that's what you're saying.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm challenging my brother's courage.
So
I'm challenging him. I'm challenging his courage. No, he's not courage to cowardly dog.
I think the exact opposite.
I'm challenging his courage.
He is courageous enough to tell people the truth.
He must be courageous enough to challenge those who don't look like us, like you challenge those who do look like us.
See, that's the thing. You frame everything
Show
through
that
the
courage,
lens.
brother.
Everything for you is framed through the lens of skin color. And you began this segment talking about how it's bad.
This show was about Don Lemon accusing Stephen A. Smith of cozying up to white people.
If I was black, you wouldn't do this show?
Of course I would, because you remind me of Tim Scott. You one of the same. You remind me of Clarence Thomas.
Wait,
you remind me of Clarence Thomas.
Wait.
You know what?
I thought you didn't. I thought you didn't criticize black men publicly.
You remind me of some of them bootlicking handkerchief head Negroes who are in love with the enemy and everything else but themselves and hate their own people. Yeah, you remind me of one of them.
I don't know what a handkerchief.
So wear your black face here next week, and then we can further this debate too.
Here's the thing. You began this segment talking about how you don't think black men should have a public open dispute.
Not without first taking a chance and opportunity to have a private conversation.
So you've done that with Tim Scott? You've done that with Clarence Thomas?
Oh, no.
Oh, so this is just more
Tim Scott and Clarence Thomas, ain't no helping them Negroes.
Okay.
Tim Scott and Clarence Thomas, them a boot-licking, head bowing, knee bending behind.
How is that any different?
Not forgot, put us back in the
Why is everything race?
Them two Negroes right there will sell black people down the drain for a piece of fried chicken and a butter biscuit around the back door of the master's house.
Can I get a butter biscuit and some fried chicken?
Yeah, we'll put some rat paws in it.
Rat paws? What doing?
Hey, Junior, I want out my contract too, bro. I don't want to be mob ties no more. I want my own. Let me go. Let me go, Junior. We done already made all the money we can make. I don't want to go to no another label with you. I love you. But I no longer want to be mob ties business-wise. I love all the mob ties street. It's time for me a new look, Junior. It's time. Let me out that contract, bro. I'm done with that contract, bro. We ain't made no money. I've been with you 4 years, P. We ain't dropped nothing but 2 projects. Ain't mob ties, ain't hitting on nothing with the music, P. I'm 33 years old, P. Let me go to somebody, P, that's gonna let me go give me about 10, 15, 20 M's out there. If you want you some money out there, cool. You could get some money out of P. I ain't tripping, but let me go make my money, P. It's over. We done, bro.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, that's a very well-known hip-hop artist, platinum recording artist, Finesse 2 Times, speaking in what is now a viral video where he's asking Jay Prince Jr., who was involved in a business relationship with him for years now, 4 years, maybe 5. And he's asking him publicly via social media to let him out of his contract. And he's saying a number of things in the video. What concerns me is that I would say, Brother Finesse 2 Times, you felt safe enough and you felt comfortable enough to enter into this contract. And you say you still love this brother, Jay Prince Jr. Well, if you do love the brother still, why can't you have a private conversation with the brother about severing your business relationship? Even if you agree to disagree and it takes lawyers getting involved in a very peaceful manner, you all could settle this. But to take it to social media platforms where Finesse 2 Times, you have enemies that want to see you fall, Finesse. Jay Prince Jr. has enemies that want to see him fall. But both of your enemies is rooted in jealousy and envy. So why would you do anything on a public platform against a man you say you love, Brother Finesse, to foster problems between the both of you by the very people who don't love neither one of you? Brother Finesse and Brother Jay Prince Jr., I would hope and pray that you all can get in a private room like real men, like real street really do, and hatch this thing
like real
out.
street, what, dude?
But don't allow your enemies to creep into your relationships and your disagreements because you're now publicly saying things about one another or to each other that should be said in private. And let me warn, Finesse, you were just set up not too long ago by the government with a young artist you were trying to help. And that same government still don't like you today. And that same government don't like the man you're speaking about also. Don't allow the informants, the snitches, the stool pigeons, the agent internal provocateurs to put a battery in your back, brother, and wind you up to create the downfall of both men. I hate to see this kind of stuff. Get into a private room, brother, and talk like brothers. And Finesse, I'll end on this. If you can't work it out with Jay Prince Jr., do your best to reach out to Jay Prince Sr. I believe that that brother could be a wonderful facilitator and mediator of the difference or the conflict, whether it's real or unreal. That brother can bring you two together and sit down as men and keep the internal issues between two men who say they love each other private and in-house and work the situation out.
So we had 2 topics tonight, both your topics, that both basically your entire argument.
You were hacked.
You're telling me it's real?
Someone's been watching and listening through you.
We need to use you to find them and destroy them. Are you in?
What's in your head?
Tell me why you chose me.
My dad disappeared off the face of the earth.
I just want to know where my dad is. I'm gonna go find him. The police need to see this.
To the viewership and I guess directly to the men is, hey, black man, don't have a public dispute with another black man, right? Which seems to be looking at through the lens of race. When I hear, because I have dealt with contract disputes with artists, and of course there's a long history, both in Houston and throughout everywhere in this country, of musicians getting crosswise with record companies and labels and platforms that they have a contract with, that they feel are limiting their ability to succeed and taking an unfair share of the money. It is not an unfamiliar allegation here. and directed at either. Now, I'll be honest, I have no, in my familiarity with rap music from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s is pretty significant. But, these artists from, I had to look up who Finesse Two Times was, and it looks like he's a rapper from Memphis, Tennessee. I wasn't familiar with his music. I did listen to a bit of it after you suggested. I do like his delivery. I didn't mind his delivery here, right? You're assuming that he has the financial wherewithal to go hire a lawyer, right? There are many artists who do not. And in fact, if you'll listen to his pleas, he said, look, we've only had 2 projects in the 4 years I've been working with you, and I don't have any money. We haven't made any money. I need money. And that's very much the truth, that artists, there are a number of hip hop artists that people have this because they put on this show for the music videos and for their audience, and they rap about wealth and success, but there are a great number of them that are not, that are living paycheck to paycheck. The paychecks are different in this era. It's usually just live shows and other things because you get paid so little from streaming that unless you're one of those people doing billions of streams, you don't really matter. And it's, you need a good core of 300,000 or 400,000 fans, regular fans that are buying your work, that are going
that will
to
come
your
out
shows,
to see your shows.
will come out, which is also strangely more difficult in the hip hop community than it is in other genres of music. So I think this is a guy that seems financially desperate, who is not getting anywhere. And if he sat across from me in the office, I'd say, look, let's just go do something else. And then you might owe a portion of it to Jay Prince Jr. There might be an attempt to enjoin you from doing it, but it's probably unlikely. But I don't think we should again lecture him for taking his beef to the streets and then talk about snitches and people and the white man and all that.
But don't pretend why I'm saying what I'm saying is not a concern. You know why it is? Because you and I both know public disputes between hip hop artists
could have great
often turn deadly.
Right.
And I don't want to see nobody to exacerbate that and try to create that environment. Because too many of them, when they disagree, it end up in street violence and murder.
I don't think
that's what I want to make sure that does not happen.
Are doing anything like that.
But they're agents and infiltrating agents and provocateurs who are trying to make that happen to bring both brothers down.
Jay Prince Sr. is a successful businessman, and I don't think that's a concern.
And that's why he should reach out to Senior.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names. They all suck. Monday, total opposite. It didn't just work, it spread. And people became Monday evangelists. And you know why? Because people actually liked using it. It's not a chore. It's intuitive.
It's time for today's Face-Off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-Off on Fox Soul starts right now.
And Bill Maher brings me. I've known Bill since I was like 18, 19 years old, and I've never seen this public, but that guy. I'm so tired of this little smug commentary. These act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principles. Well, no, I know I didn't. I know. No. No, come on, everybody. Let me do this. Now, I'm sure I'm right. First of all, what did they say? They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist, and rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous fashion, but period. And also, I mean, look, bro, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months, so I didn't know y'all was still counting.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
Charles, that was the legendary Dave Chappelle in his newly released Netflix comedy stand-up special that was released last Friday at wee hours of the morning, where he is speaking about his displeasure, dislike, and disdain for comedian Bill Maher on his show, where he was one of the leading voices criticizing Dave Chappelle when he gave a stand-up comedy show and toured Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian kingdom. And he was paid by the Crown Prince's family and the royal family of Saudi Arabia, who we all know was behind the assassination of a Saudi Arabian journalist who was living in exile, specifically because he was criticizing the corruption within the government. And the Crown Prince gave the green light to take him and trick him into a Saudi Arabian embassy and to commit a cold-blooded killing, a cold-blooded murder. Bill Maher felt that Mr. Chappelle betrayed his principles by going and accepting money to perform by the Crown Prince's family in Saudi Arabia. Well, Dave Chappelle, as he always does, decided to clap back and break it crystal clear with Mr. Maher, who is a Jewish gentleman and a strong supporter of Israel, where he says, how can you, he showed hypocrisy. If you're going to speak out against me and condemn me for performing in Saudi Arabia because they killed a journalist, okay, give you that. But what about all the journalists that Israel killed that were covering the Israeli-Hamas war in Palestine, where hundreds died, but yet Mr. Maher has nothing to say about that? That's what Mr. Chappelle was pointing out, the hypocrisy of what he felt was the racist position that Mr. Maher has taken against him and others who speak out against Israel.
Well, I mean, the truth is, not that I expect you to touch on the truth, but the truth is that when Dave Chappelle was in Saudi Arabia, his exact statement was, it's easier to talk here than it is America, right? He claimed that it's freer to speak your mind in Saudi Arabia than it is in America. And that is the absurd lie that Bill Maher pointed out. Now, the make-believe number of dead journalists in Israel during the Gazan war is just Dave, stupidly regurgitating a lie. Right now, there most certainly have been people killed in conflict zones, and I'm not going to take up for Israel's very aggressive response to the horrible acts of Gazans on October 7th. But that wasn't the criticism, right? The criticism of Maher was the lie that Dave told about having freedom to speak in Riyadh, right? Now, what Dave didn't do is Dave didn't make any jokes about Islam, right? Because you get killed for that in Saudi Arabia. Dave didn't make he had a good time making fun of trans people in Saudi Arabia because, well, they hate them just as much as you and he does, right? And then that's the whole thing is that we're losing freedoms in the Western world to speak. The attacks on free speech in the United Kingdom have been horrific. They're putting more people in prison than China is for social media posts. But most of that is to prevent people from criticizing Islam, right? Which, of course, in Saudi Arabia and throughout the Islamist world, leaving your religion can cause you to get put to death. Not following your religion, of course, subjects you to a special tax, right? And, of course, criticizing the Muslim faith, all right, is also punishable by death. So you're really not free to speak. And Bill Maher made the point that was absurd. Now, the really interesting part is that Dave Chappelle began his rant by calling Bill Maher a cracker, right? And Dave is free to say that, right? Quanell's free to say that. Everyone's free to say it. We've talked about it a little bit this week. Now, of course, if a white comedian came up and said, oh, I hate this MFer, and then used a racial pejorative, there'd be a whole bunch of uproar, appropriately, right? Because racism is for the stupid and the bigoted, right? And Dave is just one of those guys that has gotten so wealthy and so arrogant that he's allowed to say horrible things. I'm a big fan of his comedy early on, right? But now it's all just become kind of a lecture. He's one of the funniest people on the planet, but he's got so much money that he doesn't even feel like he has to share the funny. Instead, he would rather lecture us on his politics that he assumes is right. And instead of listening to criticism and responding with it like a human being having discourse, he goes straight to racial pejorative and pretending that his criticism was about something that it wasn't. And you doubled down on it. Shocking.
I want to say to you, brothers and sisters, and to the viewing audience, this man claims to be fair and balanced in his evaluation and critique of Mr. Chappelle, but didn't have one negative.
I know him personally.
Not a negative fact.
Friends with him. I've told this to his face.
And you saw Dave Chappelle explained in detail that he's known Mr. Maher since he was 18 years old. So I believe that knowing someone since you were 18 and now you're damn in your 50s is more qualified to speak about your mindset and belief about that individual, having an integral knowledge of that person.
You think calling him a cracker was okay, Quanell?
Chappelle also said this. It was absolutely wrong for Mr. Moore to point out the hypocrisy of Dave Chappelle performing in Saudi Arabia, but would not point out because of a dead journalist who should not have been murdered, was a killing. But the crown prince of Saudi Arabia is a killer. Let's just keep it real. But he is no worse than what happened to journalists in Israel. In fact, Israel would not even let the journalists' bodies be recovered when their respective institutions and family was asking for those bodies to be removed and given to them.
You don't see any difference?
Every journalistic body in the world condemned them for killing these journalists. So Mr. Moore cannot
You don't see any difference at all, Quanell?
We talk about that in Saudi Arabia, you don't have freedom of speech. In Saudi Arabia, you cannot speak out in Saudi Arabia like you can do in America. Well, guess what? America has flipped the script too. We saw after the assassination, the unfortunate, untimely, wicked assassination of Charlie Kirk, real censorship in America like we have never seen before. Teachers were losing their jobs. Professors were losing their jobs. Public school teachers receiving memorandums from superintendents and board members threatening their employment if they said one word about Charlie Kirk. We had a major individual who we all know is a great nighttime spokesperson, but guess what? He had to be silenced by his own network for giving his opinion on Charlie Kirk. Hell, many of us in the media was told we couldn't even speak about Charlie Kirk, but we could criticize everybody else in America. For the first time, we saw censorship like we've never seen before. And I say this to the American people. Go check out what's happening with 60 Minutes now and what happened with their story that they wanted to report about immigration. Now, all of a sudden, the historic 60 Minutes program that we all grew up watching that had an impeccable reputation based on reporting, were thorough in their investigative work, had a story snatched from underneath them because it was going to appear it was criticizing too much the Trump administration.
No, Doug, we're not going to do. No, keep this going, Matt, because I'm going to respond. This, Matt, seriously, this remedial. He needs a remedial education. So free speech is the government restriction of speech, right? Now, we didn't even get into the horrible misogyny both in the Islamist world, and you support it, but where women have no freedom to say. But more importantly, you just went on this rant about free speech, and everything you mentioned, right? Everything you mentioned was an employer restricting speech, right? And employers restricting speech at work is not a restriction of free speech, which is a restriction of the government.
On college campuses,
telling people they can't say things or they're going to go to jail, right? And no, you rather yell than learn because you're against learning. But when a country says if you speak critically of a religion will kill you, it is not analogous to an employer saying if you make a joke about someone getting murdered, you're going to get fired. Those aren't even in the same ballpark, are they, Quanell?
The letter stated, and I read these letters that came from superintendents. Any statement about Charlie Kirk, your employment was threatened. They told me.
I mean, your employer can tell you not to talk about something at work. You can't work at McDonald's and say, hey, go across the street, Burger King is better. And if you do, you would expect to get fired. That's not an infringement of speech.
Would allow you to speak kindly of Mr. Kirk, to speak favorable Mr. Kirk, but if you had some critique, you couldn't even open your mouth. That's America.
Again, you're making that up.
America. Right? And the president said that he wanted the Department of Justice to go after anybody that spoke ill of him.
You're right. And the president said that, and a bunch of Americans on the left and the right, and a bunch of Americans like me in the middle all wrote about it and outcried about how absolutely stupid that was, right? But are we shocked that Donald Trump doesn't understand the Constitution? I mean, we're not shocked that you don't.
This man was going too far. Even former Congresswoman who's going to soon step down now, Mrs. Green, she admitted that level of censorship is going too far. Look, America is becoming slowly more and more the very things we've been condemning around the world about censorship.
No. America doesn't refuse to allow women to go out in public without an escort. America is not celebrating itself for deciding they're going to let women drive for the first time. America doesn't restrict women to certain parts of the dining room only with a male companion. America
But he's
doesn't
not telling
force
you
women to
that
wear
certain leading voices
head
in the
covering or full
Republican
burqas.
base
And America most
believe that
certainly
women's
doesn't
rights
kill
should be
people
turned
for
around.
speaking ill of a religion, right?
Even
You
Mr.
know who
Kirk
does that?
said
Saudi
that a
Arabians
woman's
do.
place
So when
was
Dave
not in the
Chappelle
workplace.
got on the stage
Even
and
Charlie
told that
Kirk
absurd
said
lie, he
that a
was
woman's
appropriately
place was in the
criticized.
kitchen and in
And
her home.
when he
Even Mr.
responded to
Kirk
that
said
criticism
that women should
by
not even have a right
calling
to vote.
Bill Maher a cracker and lying about the content of the criticism, it just made him look foolish.
I would like to recommend to all Americans, go and watch a Netflix series called Handmaid's Tale. That's coming to America.
Now you're supporting a woman's right to choose. I mean, I do, but I don't believe that you do.
Better go
Cornell. You
watch
don't
the
see women
Handmaid's
as your
Tale.
equal.
It's coming to America because you have leading conservative voices. Some of them are Christian pastors.
Okay, but you don't support women's right to choose,
saying the
Cornell. So
same
why are you
thing
even bringing that
about
up?
not letting
You
women
think
have a
women
right.
should be in burqas and be quiet 10 feet behind you, right? I've
That's not
seen
my
it.
faith. That's not my religion.
Using ChatGPT like Google? That's why it feels useless. But try this instead.
So, this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
Take you to that candlelight vigil here tonight to honor 16-year-old Andrew Meismer. Fox 26's Jillian Hartman is joining us live at Bicentennial Park where the community came together. Jillian.
Yeah, we saw a large crowd here tonight. More than 200 people filled this park, including classmates, friends, church members, and many others from across the Baytown community. They came here together to honor and remember Andrew and to show support for his family during this very difficult time. I spoke with Andrew's close friends who say he will be very missed.
We miss you, Andrew.
He was just the greatest bud I could ever ask for. There's nothing I can do to ever replace that man, but I'm more than happy that he's in a better place. Every time I'd see him, we would always just have so much fun. Like nothing can ever amount to what we did.
How he was always there for you when you're feeling like at your worst. All you had to do is call him crying, and you'll hang up dying laughing. He always made the best out of a horrible situation. I'm glad that all these people out here just for him.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, that is a very, very sad story of a young student here in Baytown, Texas, who got into a fist fight on campus with a fellow student, a young African-American young man, I believe, based on the mugshots I've seen. And the young brother in the fight decides to pull out a knife and kill this young student. There was a time when I was growing up where when you got into a fist fight, it was crystal clear there's two things you didn't do. If you get into a fist fight, you don't pull out a weapon, and others don't jump in. It's quote unquote one-on-one. But now over and over and over again, we're seeing stories of students pulling out knives in common fistfights. And it shouldn't be as common as they are, but they're way too common now since social media platforms. This content is being pushed out on those platforms from inside the schools when they have these confrontations. Everybody's filming. But to take this young boy's life like that, he didn't have a weapon. You pulled out a weapon, young brother, and you stabbed this man, probably because you was getting your ass whooped. So now you decide you're going to kill him. Man, this hurts me and this makes me angry because more and more we hear about kids being stabbed and killed or just being stabbed, period, across the country in these school fights. It's white students stabbing, black students stabbing, Hispanic students stabbing. Just a few years ago, right here at Spring High School, another incident, getting into a fist fight at Spring High School right here in Texas, in Houston. The young man is stabbed to death in the cafeteria. The second young man killed at that school by stabbing.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
What has happened to us to where it used to be you lace up and knuckle up. Now when we get into fights, we're taking out knives and stabbing fellow students on campus. Parents are petrified with sending their kids to school now. Schools are not what it used to be. And so I understand why so many parents want to homeschool their children. But so many millions of Americans don't have that right, that luxury, to where they have the right to keep their kids at home because they can't be there with them and give them the proper education they need. This is horrific, man. This is sad. This is crazy what is happening in America with our young people and how they're killing, harming each other, how they're fighting each other, bringing guns to school and even shooting each other sometimes. It's sad, man, because it's happening all over the country now.
Well, yeah, some things fundamentally wrong as usual. The guy's name was the 18-year-old adult who killed the 16-year-old child. His name was Andre Matthews. Andre Matthews, according to students, hold on. Andre Matthews, according to students, had a very long history of violence and bullying towards other students that teachers and parents and students had complained about, and that the school district did nothing about it and kept putting him back in classes. Andre Matthews lost a marijuana vape pen, and decided with no evidence that his victim was the one that stole it, and began an altercation with the victim, right? Saying, oh, you stole my vape pen, which it turned out he did not, right? And then after the altercation started, it wasn't a fist fight. He stabbed the man in the neck and killed him because Andre Matthews is an absolute monster. But the real rub is that they've known he was an evil, mean, violent monster for years and did nothing about it, right? And that's the problem in America, right? So in Seattle, just a couple of days ago, you had a woman get hit in the face with a stick with a nail in it, blinding her, a 75-year-old woman, right? And when the cops got there, they knew who the assailant was, and it's so he usually just punches people, right? Now he's using weapons. It was somebody they knew was randomly attacking people in the same location for years, revolving door. In school districts, right? And then it was an Obama-era policy that said, hey, school districts, stop disciplining kids. And when you discipline them, you have to consider race as a factor, right? Instead of just having the same consequence for everybody, right? We have this whole new decarceration movement that's so very popular, which, hey, violent murder or felon, why don't you just go back out into America? And we've seen, everyone should have seen the video of the DC chief last week who was forced out and went on a hallelujah style tirade when she was caught falsifying statistics to make DC appear far more safe than it actually was. And who suffers there? Poor people of color that live in Washington, D.C., right? Because that's what we do now in America. We let violent criminals go. We play with statistics to make America seem far safer than it is, and we lie to everybody about it. And then you sit up here and say, oh, well, they were in a fight that he stabbed him. No, this was a monster being a monster, right? And what we need to do in America is return to consequences. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you commit a violent act against somebody else at school, you should be removed from the school, right? If you threaten to come shoot up the school, you should be permanently removed from the
So
school.
why are they not doing it?
Well, why they're not doing it is sadly, is because of liberal policies that say, hey, you've got to consider race first, and hey, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. And it's insane. But of course, the conservatives don't care to spend the money on public schools to make them safer. So it's kind of to blame both parties, all being awful, awful people.
Let me tell you what two active current teachers told me this past weekend why they're leaving these violent kids on campus and giving them in-school suspension instead of giving them expulsion.
Money. Federal dollars.
There you go. Money. Because when they send these kids to alternative placement sites, the school has to pay for that child to attend that alternative placement site. So the money that used to go to the school is now leaving that school for that student going to an alternative placement site. And if they really placed the kids that deserve to be in the alternative placement sites, hell, some of these schools would lose up to 25 to 30% of their budget because that's how many kids actually deserve to go to these alternative placement sites. So they keep them on campus because they don't want to lose the money. That's what two teachers told me this past weekend. Why these violent kids are being left on campus.
Department of Education policies that were implemented during the Obama administration said that if you punish more kids of certain racial demographics than you do of other racial demographics, then you also lose federal dollars, right?
That's
so instead of looking, that's absolutely true. I know you don't read. That's exactly what I said. I get it. I get it. If you're going to tell a lie to the viewer, right? And what happened was because Asian kids don't break rules, right? And there is a lesser degree of offending in white demographics, right? That they just said we're going to stop punishing kids. And who suffered the most? Rule-following, law-abiding black students who were getting bullied by their peers, and there was no consequence. And that's the whole thing. When you put race first and actions and merit second and third, then you have a lost system.
I used to say, if I hear AI one more time, I'm going to lose it. But Monday.com is super easy to use and knows how to do AI right. My team quit going through endless documents ourselves. Monday Sidekick handles that now, pulling the crucial info and then prioritizing based on whatever we need. So stuff that takes my team hours is now done before they even open their laptop. I use it for insights and action suggestions constantly, especially on those back-to-back meeting days. All these AI features are built directly into Monday.com and actually use our real data. With Monday.com, AI isn't some over-promising future. It's here. It just works. Like, actually saves us time and resources kind of work.
Monday Sidekick, AI you'll love to use. Start a free trial today at Monday.com.
I'm Sora 2, the new AI in town.
We're not afraid. Artlist got them all.
Sora 2 is now on Artlist. You now have the most advanced AI video model on the market at your fingertips. Get incredible realism with fully integrated sound.
You keep the frame, I keep the story.
Build your own world with multi-shot stories and character consistency for any genre, all based on your prompt. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
So with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect
and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it, but you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person can be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on. You'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family.
Here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
Okay, now that was rapper Nicki Minaj at the Turning Point USA conference, I think in Arizona, talking with Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, about her support for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. A lot of news attention to her referring to J.D. Vance as an assassin, not in a negative way, but a positive, that has got some internet outrage that I think is kind of moot. It's just a weird word choice. But I think it's really directed at the reality that as a black female coming out as a conservative has traditionally been met with, a backlash, which she is experiencing. I found her comments to be a bit empty. She said she supported them and talked about Trump as if he was a martyr. And to be fair, some Democrat strategists have admitted now that the prosecution of Donald Trump was part of their agenda, their strategy to prevent him from taking office again, which is frightening because that's banana republic nonsense. But Nikki's criticism and so Nikki's support for them and criticism of the left really lacked any substance. I think the whole controversy is just that he has come out as a conservative in America where that is considered verboten for black women, which I think is absurd. I think people can support anybody that they want. I'm not a fan of Miss Minaj. There's the behavior surrounding, her brother was convicted of sexual assaulting his 11-year-old stepdaughter, and she voiced significant support there. Her husband, when 16, I don't want to create a false impression that it was a pedophilia, but when 16, he was charged and convicted of raping or attempting to rape a 16-year-old girl with violence, I believe. And they're both, and sure, I just don't think she's a wonderful person, right? And I don't really care. I don't think she's a markedly intelligent person, and I don't really care who she supports. So I'm kind of shocked that it's a big controversy, Quanell, but it is a big controversy. Another big controversy at that turning point. Like a lot of people have been making fun of Erica Kirk, saying she looked like she's auditioning for the WWE, walking out in a glitter suit with fireworks. And I think all that criticism is nonsense. Nobody should judge how someone else grieves or how a widow acts after she watches her husband get assassinated. I think that's all pretty insensitive, although I do think she has opened herself up by leading this conference for that kind of criticism. I think another soundbite from this, this conference has been filled with like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, everybody bickering, and just I think it's largely made the conservative side look incredibly foolish. But we also had J.D. Vance saying something. Do we have that clip, Matt?
America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
I'm proud to support Don Huffines for Texas Comptroller because he has vowed to fight to eliminate DEI programs in government agencies and to end taxpayer-funded transgender indoctrination in schools.
Vote Don Huffines for Comptroller.
At this point, you're probably not avoiding therapy because of stigma. You're probably avoiding therapy because you've become very good at coping. So good that you stop noticing how heavy everything feels. As a therapist who goes to therapy herself, it's important to remember that your mind and body hold on to every stressor you don't have time to process. That stress shows up as exhaustion, irritability, shutdown, or feeling overloaded in a way you just can't explain. Therapy can help you start releasing it. Now, one barrier for many people is knowing how to choose the right therapist. BetterHelp removes that barrier. You answer a short questionnaire about your goals, preferences, and needs. BetterHelp reviews your responses and matches you with a therapist that fits what you're looking for. You can meet over video, phone, or live chat, so the format fits your life. Many clients report meaningful symptom improvement within 12 weeks of consistent sessions. If you want to walk into 2026 with less mental weight and more clarity, therapy with BetterHelp can be your starting point.
And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control. We don't persecute you for being male, for being straight, for being gay, for being anything. The only thing that we demand is that you be a great American patriot. And if you're that, you're very much on our team.
Now, the clip that's getting most of the attention is you don't have to apologize for being white anymore. And a lot of people pretending that 5 years ago, they weren't making people take seminars where they had to recognize that if they were born white, they were born with an inordinate privilege and born racist. And then if you denied that you were racist, that was just affirmation that you were racist, that everyone was getting sent to classes in corporate America and being forced into the weird acknowledgement. It was also happening on college campuses. And we've seen something similar in the last couple of years in the war in response to October 7th, where people in college campuses were, being forced, Jewish people, into corners and bullied by professors. I do think he made some very key points, right? There was very clear, brazen discrimination against white applicants and Asian applicants in elite academia for the last 15 years that had began as just trying to give a little assist and had become this just ridiculous absurdity, right? We've seen in America, we've seen, we also saw a report recently released by Jacob Savage that evidenced that less than 11 or less than 12% of new writers being hired in Hollywood for the last decade were white males, right? Which is obviously, with if you were doing EEOC statistical analysis, it would show that that was discrimination. Around 6% of new tenure track hires in academia in the last decade, also white males. Also a huge statistically aberration that would evidence widespread discrimination. And when you couple the fact that an outsized percentage of those hires, both in Hollywood and academia, were members of the LGBT community, which in this new race demographic math that we have in America absolves them of their white privilegeness. I think it's very important what Vance is saying, that we should try to focus on building an equal and building a meritocracy and focusing on equality, which of course is what I was raised on in the 70s and 80s. And we have moved away from where now it's okay to use, as you frequently use racial pejoratives directed at me. It's okay to be a racist as long as you direct it at white people. It's okay to discriminate as long as you direct it at white people. And I think it's why Trump probably got elected, despite the fact that I don't really care for the guy. I think he rode that populist wave towards, hey, you're not born privileged, and you don't have to apologize for your skin color, nor do you have to act like you somehow have some inherent bias. And I think both the bias that's being shown against Miss Minaj for being a conservative and the uproar about Vance's comments are all a bunch of absurdity. And I'm curious to your take.
After a 9-minute and 40-second introduction, I'm quite sure you're interested in my take. First of all, let me say this. Nicki Minaj, very talented young woman, became extremely popular in this country through the hip hop community. And many feel that she turned Republican because she was rejected and not invited to play a very visible role in the Democratic primaries, with Democratic platform, when Kamala Harris was seeking to become president. It seems the Democratic Party chose to welcome Jennifer Hudson, welcome Beyonce, and welcome other high-profile African-American female figures in entertainment, but not Nicki Minaj. But Nicki Minaj has since spoken and made publicly she has serious conservative views, and those are her beliefs that she feels aligned with the Republican Party. What I don't want to do is make people believe that we as Black people have a right to tell a Black woman which political platform she can sit down with, speak with, engage with, and give her opinion. For too long, Black women and all women in this country have been told who they can speak to, who they can't speak to. And if they speak to some other party or political figure that's not the party in power, that they will be punished in today's society, counseled, and ostracized. Nicki Minaj, I disagree with some of the things she said. I believe that if she was to give a real critique and balanced evaluation of President Trump, she has to be very honest with the people. She can speak about what she agrees with, but she has to call him out on what many Black people believe is absolutely a racist mindset and a racist attitude toward Black people. This is the same man, his administration told the Coast Guard in America, we're no longer going to view swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. This is the same man.
That's not true.
This is the same man that decided he will pull down at the national parks on these specific holidays. You can get in the national parks for free. Juneteenth took it away. Dr. King's birthday took it away, and then replaced those 2 days with his birthday. This is the same man that has spoken foul about African nations and called them shithole countries. This is the same man that just last week, Sister Nicki Minaj, spoke so foul about a man who was murdered and his wife who was murdered in cold blood, like a thug would speak off the corner. And so, Nicki, you can point out what you may like what Trump has done, but if you're going to be honest and genuine and authentic with the people, in particular Black people and Black women, which is a group that you are a part of, you have to call out Donald Trump for the bad that he's done also. There's nothing wrong with you pointing out things you agree with, but there's something absolutely wrong with going on a Republican platform where you can only speak about the good of this man, but you say nothing about that which has been abhorrent and disrespectful and absolutely seen as being narcissistic and racist towards your own people. Now, Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance says, you don't have to apologize for being white. I don't remember a time where white people in this country had to apologize for being white. 95% of the wealth in America is controlled by white people. Over
how many of those white people, Cornell? How many of those white people?
Controlled by white men. Boards in college campuses, most of these university boards are dominated by white male figures.
That's
and so
true.
when you say,
but how many of those white, how many out of all the white people, how many people is it?
My co-host brought up Hollywood, the numbers in Hollywood, how hiring of white males is going down. Well, I say this.
No, it's not going down. It's been down.
Look, white people are the dominant power structure in Hollywood. So Black people, if they're not hiring more white men, that don't have a damn thing to do with Black people or people of color. We don't make those decisions. That's other liberal whites in power making that decision.
Where did I accuse Black people?
I don't want Black people to think that when we talk about how white men are being discriminated against, it's not happening from Black people. When they bring up DEI in universities, where in universities white men are being looked over as a preference and priority for whatever reason that they want to put out there. These university presidents, what percentage of them are Black that is doing this? What percentage of these boards at Ivy League institutions, their board members are Black men or Black women? We have no power to do this. So if the white man
you don't have any power,
suffering discrimination in academia, suffering discrimination in Hollywood, or any other institution of power, show me where Black people are in the power structure and seat of power in those institutions where we are playing a role in it. If there's discrimination against a white man, it's not Black people that's leading the charge of that discrimination because we have no power to do so.
Okay, so you're saying that black people, it's amazing how easily you talk holistically about black people generally in a positive light, and white people generally in a negative light, right? Like you talk about, oh, white people have all this, white people have that. When the reality is that rich people have everything, and there's plenty of black rich people. There's just a smaller number when you look at it per capita. I know that term confuses you, right? But when you look at it per capita, you have a smaller percentage of black people that are ultra high net worth people than white people. None of that has to do with generally white people, because of course in America you have in gross numbers more white people living in poverty than anybody else. I know those people don't matter to you, and that's really the point. The point is that you argue as if all white people are these silver spoon, socially privileged, wealthy people that have this great life and control institutions, right?
That's a lie.
And you know
I don't
that it's
believe
not
that.
true. You equally argue, you just finished arguing that all black people lack agency and power, and they can't make decisions, and they're not in control. We had a black president for 8 years. But, we have black people on the United States Supreme Court. We have tons of black senators and tons of black Congress people.
Two black people out of 9
the
on the
truth
U.S.
is
Supreme
that we
Court.
all live in
You got
micro
2
universes.
black
When you
people
start
out
talking
of
about
9 on the Supreme
statistics,
Court.
right? When you
And
start,
got
I made a
5
couple of comments, but I sure didn't try to shout you down.
on
But
the
I know I
Supreme
said per
Court.
capita. You've been confused ever
Just quit
since.
lying,
But the
sir.
truth
You got
is
6 white
that,
people in
that
Supreme
at the
Court
end
and
of
2
the day,
Negroes, and you
that
wanna
when
feel like
you
we got
talk
some
about
power?
macros and you have huge disparities that go against the general population, that people arguing against discrimination for decades, let's take standardized tests. Let's take the ACT and the ACT. Those have been deemed to be racist because of the underperformance of demographics, right? But here, when you talk about, what do you talk about? Like 30%, 27% of the society being 11% or 6% of the hires, that's per se discrimination, right? And the whole point is that discrimination should not be okay. And when you really peel back those numbers, the 6% in academia and 11% in Hollywood, and you quantify and correlate for orientation, the heterosexual white males just don't get hired anymore in those places. And then when you look at corporate America entry-level jobs, and you made an important point, right? Like those on the perch, those on the top, the wealthy liberals on the left, right? They're already in power. They're already in control. And of course, they make sure to take care of their own. But that ignores 97% of the white people in America that aren't in control, right? And that they have gotten to the point, it's been over a decade, right, where they're just not being given opportunity. They're not being given opportunity in elite academia. They're not being given opportunity in corporate 500 for America. They're not being given opportunities in Hollywood, because being a straight white guy, somehow the general perception is, in fact, I was reading something from, I think, Joe Nocera, the New York Times author, in the Free Press today. His quote was talking about white boys. You like to do that, talking about white men, talking about white boys generally have had it their way for thousands of years, and now they're whining, right? Which of course is absurd, right? Because there's a whole generation of young men that think, oh my God, what did I do wrong? I didn't grow up believing this. Why am I pushed to the back of the bus all the time? And I think the point that J.D. Vance and Trump are making is that you don't have to do that anymore. And here's the real problem with that point, right? The argument that the Republicans care about America more than the Democrats should is absurd, right? Because the Democrats used to be for the working class before they decided that they were going to focus on mass migration and why all white people suck. And you're right. What's really crazy about it is it's a bunch of white liberals selling that nonsense.
So quit pretending like black people are playing a significant role.
I never pretended that. That was just you lying, Quail. I know you lie, and we're supposed to tolerate it, but you make believe that I say stuff that I never ever said. That's because you're a liar.
For the last decade.
How could you imagine? Could you imagine if I talked about all black people based on your behavior? That'd be crazy. That'd be racism. Because there's tons of wonderful black people in this world, right? And none of them have anything to do with you lying every day on TV.
There's no way in the hell I can cry crocodile tears for white men allegedly
because you're racist.
Discrimination for the last decade,
well,
when black people
you hate white people. You told us 2 weeks ago why.
Hundreds and hundreds of years in America.
Are we Yakubian apes, Quano?
to shed crocodile tears and have empathy and sympathy for white men suffering discrimination allegedly
I
for
didn't
10
ask you to do
years,
that.
a decade, but black people have suffered this for hundreds of years? I wouldn't give a damn.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
Quick.
Affordable.
Easy to use. It'll take you 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. And your order's on the way. It's like a box with a cape that shows up in your mailbox. 1-800-CONTACTS.
Right now, you can save 20% on your first order, plus fast free shipping.
Quanell, I love you co-opting everyone's suffering.
There's nowhere in the world I, as a black man, can sit here and ignore the suffering of our own people for hundreds of years and cry tears for white men doing it allegedly for a decade.
Who asked you to cry tears? Right? Like me as a normal person, right? Not as a bigot and a liar, as a normal person, when I hear about discrimination against anyone, right, any demographic of people, I find it profane and offensive, right? I think people should be judged based on their character and their hard work and their merit. You, not so much, right? Like, I mean, tell the list. What is it you believe foundationally that white people are?
Let me be honest with you.
You won't.
I absolutely believe that this country is
It's not what I asked you.
And
It's not what I asked you. You said you're going to be honest.
The power be. And the powers that be in this country must keep poor white men and poor white people at odds and fighting with poor black people.
Well, that's how you make. That's how you make a living. What are you talking about?
Why. And let me tell you why. Because if poor white people and poor black people ever woke up and realized that the same thieves and robbers and exploiters is doing it to all poor people, no matter what your color, and we decide to come together and hold them thieves.
Didn't answer my question.
Up top,
I asked you what you believe white people are, Quanell. And you said I'm going to be honest, and you talked about something completely different.
White people are the same as black people. It's your conduct, your behavior that defines who you are. It's your mindset that defines who you are.
You find yourself exhausted working every day, trying to do everything right. You know, you went to school, you got your education, worked hard, maybe you got to hustle on the side, just try to get ahead, but it doesn't feel like you're making much progress. Well, it'll stay that way until you make one strategic change in your life. Most of us have got caught up in maintaining and managing the circumstances of our life, and we've forgotten we're creators, that we can create life on our terms. They can create the love, the joy, the passion, the business that you want. And once you find those answers, you get something called momentum. Momentum is that power where, you know, it's hard to work out until you get to the gym, right? But once you get momentum, especially positive momentum, everything changes. And I remember I met this teacher named Jim Rohn. He said, Tony, the secret in life is you have to learn how to add more value. And there's always a niche where you could learn to be more, do more, create more, where you could become more valuable. You can grow from where you are to where.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quanell X and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Out and about just enjoying his time with Sheila, and he said that Diddy took his butt too, allegedly.
Damn! My so been open more than this game ever in my life. Yo, Diddy took my you can't hold it no more. My been running ever since. My so been open more than this game ever in my life.
I'm not playing with y'all no more.
Try to fart, come out. It's crazy.
Wow. I'm not playing with y'all.
You see
No
what
more.
I'm
I don't know
saying?
what's true and what's not true, but I know Ray J is black. He should just yet another black person saying that Diddy took his butt. I don't know what's true and what's
He
not
said he
true.
can't
y'all.
fart.
I'm
He
just saying.
he just poop.
I
all
don't
day
know what's
long.
true and what's not
All
true.
right.
I'm just saying it's another black person
All right.
saying that Diddy took her butt.
Wow.
Okay.
But like I said, if it's true, you can't be mad at it. It's true.
Well, I don't know. I don't know
about that. You know what? And that Forget it. means
I was
Diddy
about to
been
document it.
weighing Ray J out, and that ain't no right there. That sounds like a good time because if your butt is that open, you was participating willingly.
All right, that is the latest with Lauren. Let's
Lord.
get to the mix. Jesus Christ.
His butt too
In
willing.
this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, as a black man, as a man, period, I am completely disgusted with what I just listened to. According to the Breakfast Club and many media outlets and social media providers and podcasters now are saying it's Ray J describing how he allegedly was sexually raped by P. Diddy. But the way he describes it, it doesn't sound like rape to me. It sounds as though it was consensual. And it's real sickening because if he raped Brother Ray J, you didn't try to kill him afterwards. If he raped Brother Ray J, you didn't file a police report. You didn't file a lawsuit to hold him accountable for the rape. But now you're on social media platforms that are promoting what you were saying in a discussion with friends about if you go to the bathroom, it just falls out now when you go to do a number two. There's no more muscle or elastic left. Diddy was just so deep and so wide up in him, like maybe there's some physiology going on, some sickness like that. How low we have fallen in this society to where we will say and do anything for attention. We will say and do anything to remain relevant. There's not a man on earth that I've ever heard of that would brag about another man raping him. I've never seen a man laugh as Ray J was laughing about another man tearing up your rectum. I know Ray J's father cannot be alive. His uncles cannot be alive. The men that have close relationships or access to him, they can't be around him anymore. Because what man would talk like this? This is despicable. This is sickening what this man was saying. And I'm really angry because, brother, if this is true, why you didn't do a damn thing about it to hold this man accountable for what you said he did to you unless you liked it and you invited someone to allow you to bend over and give evil an opening.
Well, so, I mean, there's a couple of things. There's three possibilities. The initial possibility is he was just making a joke about the Diddy situation with his friends. You accuse him of seeking attention with it, but it didn't look like he was aware he was being recorded. It looked like he was sitting at a table eating with a bunch of his friends and laughing and cutting up. And maybe this was just his effort at humor. Obviously we just got a clip. We didn't get the whole thing. So there's a possibility that he wasn't serious and he was joking. There's also a possibility that he was, the people who suffer horrible traumas like sexual assault, process it differently. And so let's assume for a moment that he was in fact sexually assaulted, raped against his will by Sean Combs, right? Let's not use scumbags nicknames. And if in fact Sean Combs did rape him, you've just spent, several minutes blaming and insulting and criticizing the victim of a sexual assault because he wasn't violent in response, that he didn't do what you think he should do, that he wasn't appropriately shamed by it, that instead he processed it by joking about it. And I think that victim blaming people who have suffered sexual assaults, I think that's disgusting. I think your whole tirade, if that was true, is disgusting. And it's not, you're not sitting here talking like he was just being funny or trying to be. I don't think joking about sexual assault would be appropriate either. But then you go on to criticize Ray J. The third possibility that he had a consensual or multiple consensual sexual encounters with Sean Combs. and then you're condemning him and saying his dad's not alive, his uncles aren't alive, and I mean, people have been gay for millennia, so I mean, I don't get that, right? Obviously, I mean, Ray J we all know Ray J's name, not because of his musical talent, but because his highly publicized sex tape with Kim Kardashian that launched the Kardashian family into the stratosphere of fame. I mean, this is the world we live in, and the world we've lived in for a few decades now. That sex videos, that he got famous for having sex with Kim Kardashian and then recording it and then it getting sold, and they've made millions of dollars off it. So he's obviously a sexualized person. I haven't seen the video. I don't know if you have, but it's, I would assume it was heterosexual conduct, but maybe he also enjoys homosexual conduct. I think that it's fair to criticize people if they're promiscuous, if they are endangering themselves or other people, or if there's all kinds of things about people to criticize. I don't think criticizing people just simply for being a male gay person makes any sense. Let's say let's say he had consensual sex with Sean Combs. What's your problem with that, Quano?
First of all, it's shame when a man like you is quote unquote ebonically speaking all in the Kool-Aid and don't know the flavor. Because I didn't say a damn thing about being gay. I spoke facts.
Oh,
I
you
said
must
his
really
father
did. I mean,
and
you
his
can lie to
uncles
the
must
audience,
not be
but
alive.
you were talking about
there's
what
not a
does
young
his
man
uncle
on
think?
earth
What does his daddy think?
that
It was
would
all
let his
pure,
father,
pure,
his brothers, or
cowardly, but
uncles
pure
know that
homophobia.
another man raped him and they not do something
Okay.
about it.
But then
It
you
ain't
also
no
said
way
it
in hell.
sounded
I'm a
consensual.
father. I am a father. I have
Okay.
sons. And if one of
Okay.
my sons, one of my nephews, one of my little male cousins who are grown men ever came to me and told me that another man raped them and they were laughing
I
about it
agree.
and
Yeah,
joking
I
about
agree.
it,
But you
hell no,
also
you
said
can't
it
come to
sounded
me like that.
consensual.
If
So what was
another
your
man
problem
raped
if it
you,
was consensual?
we need to know one thing: who he is and where he is, because it's
Not
time to
answering the
die.
question.
It ain't a real man
No.
on earth. That's
If
no,
it
I don't
was
care if he's gay or not.
consensual,
Even a
what's your
gay
problem
man
with
is
it?
not gonna laugh and crack jokes about being raped by another man. Even a gay man not gonna do that. And so if this man, Ray J, laughing and cracking jokes about it, obviously it wasn't no damn rape. It wasn't no sexual assault.
Okay, so it wasn't a sexual assault, then what's your
But
problem
what
with
I
it?
don't like,
What's
this
your
is what I
problem with
don't
it
like,
if it was consensual?
for that man to sit around and do what he's doing now, it's a disgrace to the man that helped bring you into this world, your father.
Well, what
It's
is?
a disgrace to God.
What
It's a
is?
disgrace to our ancestors, because ain't nothing funny about another man taking another man's manhood. Ain't a damn thing funny about that. And I'm gonna tell you something. Every man I know that if he had a choice to give up his manhood or die, he'd rather die. And in fact, any man that has another man coming to you wanting to take your manhood from you in a sexual manner, God damn it, it's time to kill. Because your manhood is all you got when you got a man coming to take it from you sexually. Hell no.
I mean, so what about the millions of gay men in America?
What about them?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, I mean, you said you said it doesn't sound like it was sexual assault. You just said it sounded consensual. Hold on, I'm talking. I let you talk. You always whine about me interrupting, but you interrupt me constantly.
That's stupid, because it's not what I'm saying. A gay man having consensual sex with another man ain't rape.
Okay,
and
well,
that's
I would
a man
agree.
who's giving it away to a man he want to give it to.
Okay, so
that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
well, see, I don't even think you listen to yourself, right?
No,
Because at the
you're trying to
beginning of your
add a
tirade,
context to discussion that's out of context what we're talking about. Ray J cracking jokes. Like what he was cracking is sickening. When I go to the toilet, it just falls out. When I fart, it just poops everywhere because I have no more elastic and no more muscles in my rectum. He stretched me out so wide. Ain't a goddamn thing funny about that.
but you
For
don't
one,
think
how
gay
can
men
be a
joke
real
about
man
sex?
calls and talk like one?
You don't think gay or
man can be
bisexual men
cool with
joke
that.
about sex?
What's gonna be cool about that?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, you don't think gay men and bisexual men joke about sex?
Now I have to be honest with you. I'm sure gay men
You haven't been honest with me in years. Why start now?
I'm sure gay men have conversations where they joke with each other sexually. And I believe that you would know more about those discussions than what I would be. So I'm not qualified to really
You're
give you
more
an answer about that
homophobia.
because I don't hang out with gay men. I've never hung
Okay.
out with gay men, and I have
Okay.
no gay male friends that I know of, unless
Okay,
the only
well-
public gay male person I know is our producer, who's a wonderful human being, who's a very good guy, but I've never even heard him talk about sexual acts with another man jokingly like that.
Why? I mean, I could get why
But
he's be
I don't
uncomfortable
help you.
talking about it with you because you
I don't
vitriolically hate
get
gay
but
people.
guess what?
But do you think
he knows that those kind of discussions are not welcome with me, but I can see why he would have them with you.
Okay. So again, that's just you being homophobic again, trying to match
I just said he'd be more comfortable talking to you about it. That ain't
So
homophobia.
do you think heterosexual men joke about sex? Do you think
Heterosexual men joke about sex all the time. Even comedians do it. You see it in movies, you see it in theater, you see it in all that kind of things. Yes,
Okay,
they
so
joke
what do
all
you
the
think
time.
would be the difference, right? So let's say he wasn't raped. You keep saying he clearly wasn't raped, and this is disgusting and it's shameful and all this. What is the difference if it's consensual sex? What is the difference between gay men joking about sex and straight men joking about sex?
From what I listened to in Ray J's comments, it sounded like he was joking, like he was sexually assaulted, that it was not consensual.
Okay.
That's what I
And
took
you
from that.
claimed that it was
Now,
clearly
if he
consensual.
spoke-
You've done that
now,
like
if he
7 times
spoke-
in this
If
conversation.
he spoke in a way that it sounded like it was totally consensual, well then, brother, that's something you should keep in your bedroom.
Why? If you don't expect heterosexual men to do that, why would
No,
homosexual?
no. I think heterosexual men should keep their sexual lives private also, and that ain't for the public either.
Okay.
In fact, I never respect men that have sex with women and then publicly talk about those women with other men they
Yeah,
had sex with.
you
I don't
say
like
it's
men to do that.
painful, and you say it's disgusting, and you say it's awful.
What he
and you
described
bring
was
up God and do all that because I know you don't, right? I
What
know
he
you're lying.
described was absolutely
I
disgusting.
know that you're
Claiming that
lying.
when he goes to the restroom, it just
whole
falls
act
out and hit the
is
water.
you
plug and
lying.
falls to the splash because he ain't got no rectal muscles no more because Diddy tore it out. This is mad.
I'm calling right now. He spit on me and I beat his ass. You want to call him? I got all y'all on camera. You want to call him? You want to tell him what happened? My name is David McDonald. I'm an Amazon delivery driver. I'm here on West Hill and North Madison Street. I'm delivering. No, I'm talking. What? I'm recording for my safety. Because I'm recording and documenting. Why y'all not calling the police? Right. Sir, can you call the police? No? Okay, that's what I thought. Anybody want to call the police? Nobody. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
He doesn't have a job.
What's your name? How do you know? You his neighbor?
He doesn't
But
have
how do you know? How do you know?
You are a professional.
He spit on me. I don't give a about this job. He spit on me. I have so many other ways to make money. I don't give a about this job. I care about my self-respect and my dignity. I beat your because you spit on me, you bitch. Yeah, and slide up out of here. Don't spit on me again. Watch what you do. You don't know who I am or what I got going on. Don't spit on me. No, all that. That's the utmost disrespect. I would have called my sister to be her. If it was a woman, I would have waited here until my sister got here to be her. Yes, that's where I come from. Y'all know me. Whatever. I bet God.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, that's a story that has gone viral on social media platforms about a black Amazon driver who says that a white individual, older white gentleman it appeared to be on a bicycle, spit on him in having a difference of opinion with him while he was dropping off a package. There's another video that alleges the white guy was suspicious about whether he belonged in the neighborhood where he was, but he says, I'm an Amazon driver. This is where I'm supposed to be. They get into an argument. White guy spits on him. So he physically punched him in the mouth, which to me is justifiable because he was the victim of assault first with the spit. And what was shocking, though, the other white gentleman who came out to the scene to discuss it was more concerned with the black male individual who's really the victim in this case, telling him that he should not have punched him, he should have dealt with it differently, etc. And even one person said, well, what if it was a woman, which is totally irrelevant, has nothing to do with the context of what took place out there. It's really sad that that took place, but why no one, it appeared to me, was in a rush to call police? The police should have been called by everybody involved. But I have to say this, if you spit on another man, when I was growing up, that was worthy of death. You spit on somebody, you're worthy of death.
Is worthy of killing someone?
Man, when I was
Committing
growing up,
murder? Because under the law, it's not.
the law says it's not, of course. But when I was growing up, if you spit on another man, you should be prepared to lose your life.
I don't believe
But
that.
in this
I think
case,
that's just you and your hyperbole.
the cops should have been called, and somebody should have went to jail. And they should have determined who was guilty of an assault, and somebody should have went to jail in this case. But I was shocked that those who came out there to the scene was not rushing to call the police. They was somewhat indirectly and directly, one of them blaming the black man for defending himself.
You were shocked that the people that came out to the scene acted civilized and weren't screaming and yelling and cursing. I mean, here's the thing. First of all, the first video that you alluded to does not exist. That you just playing make believe. You suggested this topic. If that video existed, this was your topic. You would have sent it. I looked quickly.
One we just did.
No, there's not a video, and that's the real question, right? So if the white guy was just being a jerk and spit on him, then absolutely he deserved to get smacked in the mouth, right? You can't spit on people. If you from the outside looking in, the white guy wasn't screaming and yelling or acting the fool, and he was clearly injured, right? And he was older. He looked to be in his 60s. Whereas the African-American delivery man was talking about, I would have got my sister over here. He was cursing. I don't give an F about this job. He was all agitated, acting crazy. So the question is, did the white guy come up and just start some nonsense and spit on him? Okay, which is a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. And the black man appropriately responded and hit him. That's a possibility. But the other possibility, which of course you give no very short shrift to, and you make believe you lied about a video. I mean, I get that's what you do. But all your positions and opinions are based solely upon one thing: the color of people's skin. Black man, white man. Black man must be right. White man must be wrong, no matter what, because I'm Quan LX, and that's my position. But if you look at it, if you take a step back and look at it holistically, one person was calm, one person was acting crazy, one person was injured, one person was not. If they were having a conversation and like some spittle came out of his mouth, he said, "Oh, that's my excuse. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna beat him up." Or if more importantly, they were just having a conversation, and then the Amazon driver decided, "I'm gonna beat up this guy." Then those are problems. And the video provides no evidence. He certainly didn't have any spit on his face. There was absolutely no evidence to support it other than his statements. And what would refute it is how civilized everyone else there was acting. And you use that as a criticism, right? You're like, I can't believe they were acting like civilized, regular people. And then you criticize these people acting civilized and regular for not calling the police. Of course, the Amazon driver could have called the police. When he got spit on, he could have called the police and said, "Hey, this guy just spit on me. It's assault," right? Which it most certainly would have been, right? But again, the only evidence we see of assault is the injured old man. And if you peel back race away from it and say, hey, skin color is really meaningless in this, because it is. It's not to you. It's the primary decider for how Quan LX forms his opinions on anything. White man bad, black man good, right? But here we have the very earnest, agitated behavior of it. It could be earnest and agitated because he was wrong, right? The very real possibility exists that some nosy Karen of a guy came up and questioned what the black man was. Now, again, in full Amazon attire, driving an Amazon truck, I find it a little improbable that people in this day and age would not know why they're there. But crazier things have happened. And you've had people spit on people for no reason in the world. And when people do that, they probably deserve to get punched in the mouth.
Ladies
the video doesn't show any evidence of that.
Ladies and
so
gentlemen,
instead of looking at this and, let's see what suggests. Well, let's take it. You just say white, not just the white man that did it is bad, but all the white people there are bad, and the black man's clearly wronged and innocent.
To his commentary, ask yourself one question, ladies and gentlemen. If this black man is not telling the truth and he just punched this older white guy in the face where blood is running down his lips. This older white guy who allegedly is, according to the black man, spit on him, is not yelling, call the police. He's not yelling, he just punched me. He's not yelling, I've been assaulted. He assaulted me. He's saying not a single word in his own defense. He's not saying call the police. In fact, he's ready to ride up on his bicycle because he knows he's guilty
But
as
is it
hell, and what he
possible?
did was
But
wrong.
Quanell, is it
Actually,
possible that
my
it happened the other way?
My
Is
co-host
it
wants you to
possible,
believe
Quanell?
that the other white people who was questioning this black man,
Well, they weren't
the
there.
video that you watch at the beginning of this segment,
Quanell,
your eyes
is
lied to
it
you and your ears
possible?
lied to you, that what you
Is
watched
it
was
possible?
questioning him. You don't think it was strange, ladies and gentlemen, why the white people that came up there were only questioning the black man, but they weren't questioning the white guy who allegedly spit in his face? They had this lady him.
Is
In
it
fact, they were trying
possible
to
that
defend
he
him as
assaulted the
being a
man for
victim.
no reason? Is it
You know,
possible?
you can use all the hypotheticals.
No,
you
I'm
want.
just asking you, is it possible?
This white
Because
guy
you just
didn't
made a
say one
decision
word
based
about
on skin
all
color. Because if it was an old black man and
Interested in GLP-1s for weight loss, but worried about high costs and hidden markups? GoodRx now offers monthly GLP-1 subscriptions. Always know what you'll pay up front. No surprise prices, no hidden fees. And for a limited time, Wegovy for only $1.99 a month for your first 2 fills, plus the cost of your subscription. Get started today.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quanell X and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
You think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
You're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Well, Charles, that was Piers Morgan interviewing the great racist Nick, who doesn't, in my opinion, deserve any airtime. This man is a complete racist, a complete narcissist. This man hates women, misogynist. He hates black people. He hates Jews. He hates anybody that don't think or believe like him.
so, I mean, other than hating black people, you and him have a lot in common, huh? So why do you hate him so much?
So what I hate is a lot of the ignorance that comes out of the man's mouth.
Yeah,
Let me
no,
tell
I mean,
you-
I
let me
can't
tell you
stand him, but I don't share his beliefs like you
Let
do.
me tell you something else he said that was very hurtful and pathetic, what came out of his mouth. He said, one, that Adolf Hitler was a cool, hip guy. That Hitler was a hip guy. He was cool. This man also bragged about the Nazi salute and Nazi uniforms. Then he went on to say in the same interview with Mr. Morgan that he believes all black people should be in prison. All black people. That we're genetically predisposed to be hardened criminals. Then he went on to say after that women, period, should not be allowed to work. Women should not be allowed to vote. And that the woman's place is to have babies and be in the home. This man's a damn fool. He don't deserve our airtime, but we're giving it to him. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm glad to hear you criticize someone for being a misogynist and an anti-Semite, because the truth is that what the only reason you really despise Nick Fuentes is also because he's a racial bigot. He's a racist and has a lot of animosity towards black people, and he uses crime data inappropriately to bolster his arguments. And he makes genetic arguments as opposed to cultural arguments. And he doesn't want to dig deep, and he really just says things to incite people. In fact, I find it incredibly improbable that he's actually a virgin. I think he was just pulling Piers Morgan's leg to try to get some attention.
No,
And
I
of
think he
course
told
we
the
are,
truth.
and of course, I think we are giving it to him.
I think he told the
he is
truth,
an
folks.
online
I don't think he
troll.
lied.
It was like,
I believe he's a virgin.
and in fact,
I believe he's a closet homosexual. This man says that he
glad.
doesn't like women, period. In fact, this man said it's hard to have sex with one because I can't stand being around them. What man do you know, 27 years old, ain't never had a piece of the poontang pie that don't even like being around women? If you got a man 27 years old that don't like being around women, he don't want the hole, he's looking for a pole. You and I both know it.
okay, so I mean, so your animosity towards Nick Fuentes had you decrying racism and anti-Semitism, but you did rush right back to the warm embrace of homophobia. Look, across the board, I find Nick Fuentes to be profane. Of course, when we're talking about this subject, you started talking about how he was allies with Charlie Kirk, when in fact they were bitter enemies, because that's the assumption that the media and social media has tried to force feed, that everybody on the conservative side of the dial shares a value system, where Fuentes' problem with Kirk was his support of Israel, his platforming of homosexuals, and his support of women, even though he believed that women should fulfill more traditional roles in marriage. Right?
Are two sides of the same coin.
There are plenty of people that have come out and said awful things. Like if you look at the voting data in New York City that put this awful anti-justice socialist Zohran Mamdani in office, it was largely liberal white women and non-native, non-natural born citizen voters in New York. That's how he won. So there are a lot of conservatives who use that to weaponize and demonize the 19th Amendment and women getting the right to vote, which of course is absurd and disgusting. Right? It's also absurd and disgusting to argue that women shouldn't work. It's off that their roles should be in the household. And those are views that you have, right? You have an incredibly misogynistic view of women that you have platformed for your entire career. So really, the only reason you dislike Nick Fuentes, like I dislike Nick Fuentes across the board, but the only reason you dislike him is because of the racism, which makes it kind of absurd to listen to you even talk about it. But hold on, you're interrupting me, but I'm going to let you please explain yourself, Quadell.
Things about black people that Nick Fuentes.
That's the only reason you quit. You care at all.
You did not support Israel. Look at Charlie Kirk's last statements about Israel. He did not support Israel. Look at his last
God. You're uninformed. You haven't researched the topic, so you're just making stuff up.
You brought it up. You claim.
No, I brought it up because you brought it up earlier, and it's because you're uninformed. Because that's what everybody wants to do. They want to say they want to put all people on the right side of the political spectrum in the same bucket, and they can't be. Just like you can't put all people on the left side of the political bucket, right? You can't say Hillary Clinton and Zohran Mamdani are the same cat just because they're both leftists. They're not.
Like to tell lies when you expose.
I haven't lied about anything. In fact, I don't ever lie on the show. Your job is to lie. That's what makes you entertaining.
Charlie Kirk in his last days was condemning Israel and did not support Israel.
Okay. Well, again, if you'll press pause, the reason the two of them didn't get along was because the Groypers and Nick Fuentes, that's Nick Fuentes' Legion Online, disagreed with Kirk's public positions on Israel, his public positions on the LGBT community, and his public positions on women, right? So they were bitter enemies, and they did not care for each other, right? Just because people are both conservative doesn't mean they share values or agree on everything. And I'm not saying this to make this a Charlie Kirk argument. I'm just saying that was a point you made, and it was a mistake. But what in fact, I think you have far more in common with Nick Fuentes than Charlie Kirk did, right? You would never admit it. You would never, ever admit it. But the only thing you and Nick Fuentes disagree on is black people, right? Whereas I disagree with him on everything.
Nick is sick. Nick is a
Okay,
sick man.
but so are you sick, Quanell?
Oh, I'm very healthy and whole.
Okay.
Very healthy and whole.
So
let me tell you something about Nick's
so
future.
your
Ain't no way in
misogyny,
hell that I would believe that Adolf Hitler, who killed approximately 11 to 12
let's try
million
some
people,
honesty. Okay,
is a
hold on.
man who was hip or cool. That's
Hold on.
madness.
Hold on.
Ain't nowhere in the world that I
So-
would believe
so
that
what
a woman
are your-
should not have a right to vote and that a woman's place is only in the kitchen. That's sick. I would never believe that foolishness. I
yes,
have
you would.
daughters.
What are your
I was
core
born a man
religious
telling
beliefs
one of my
on white
daughters
people,
that they
Quanell?
belong in the kitchen, and that's
Hey,
it.
Quanell, what are your core religious beliefs on white people?
First of all, I'm glad you raised that question.
Yeah, you're not going to give an honest answer.
Oh, okay, I understand. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that there's no superiority over the white, over the black, the black.
What does Farrakhan say? What does the Nation of Islam say? Isn't it black people, apes, white people?
One in Islam, in the Nation of Islam.
Yeah,
we
let's talk
are
about the nation. What are the nation? That's your religion. Not you're not
in the Nation of Islam. We all follow.
you're not a Wahhabist or a Sufi or
The Nation of Islam teaches that any white man or woman that believes in freedom, justice, and equality for all human beings is our brother and sisters in righteousness.
okay, but let's talk about what they preach about what white people are. You want to talk about that?
What the Nation of Islam was taught by the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said that the white man is the devil because he said that to show white people the evil of what they were doing and show them a mirror that they can
also that white people are less than, right? That white people are less than apes, right? In fact, that white people, that apes are white people trying to evolve into a higher being.
The Nation of Islam was founded by a white man, jackass.
What you're doing is you're playing me. And so my point here, not to criticize you. I mean, you're a member of a religion that doesn't believe women should be able to shake a man's hand. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. My point that I'm trying to make is that you and Nick Fuentes agree on almost everything except his opinion on black people and your opinion on white people. Y'all agree on everything else. And you're on the show condemning him, right? And it's all BS, right? Because just as he is a misogynistic, homophobic, anti-Semite racist, you are the same exact things with the same exact opinion, except the only thing y'all switch is he hates black people, you hate white people. And it's all insane. It's all insane that we sit here and pretend that it's okay. It's not okay. Hating people based on their demographics is the province of the stupid. And people, it's okay to be gay. It's okay to be Jewish. It's okay to be Muslim. It's okay to be Christian. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be black. It's okay to be brown. It's okay to be Asian. It's okay to be East Asian, South Asian, all of it. What defines you is your individual character. And you don't believe that.
Tell the
Nick
world
doesn't believe that.
what's the true character of the white man. Tell the world.
Well, I mean, everyone's an individual, Quanell.
Everywhere that the white man has gone on earth, he shedded the blood and murdered and killed the indigenous people, enslaved the indigenous people, and stole their natural resources. Every single place the white man went on earth, that's exactly what he did.
So prior to white men showing up in Africa, it was Wakanda. It was all peace and love and hugs, or it was consumed by violence and you know an incredible lack of development in sub-Saharan Africa and enslavement and all kinds. Just like in North and South America, you had nomadic tribes, you had some civilizations, all marked by incredible violence. In fact, the history of humankind for all races, which white people only make up about 8% right now in the world, there is nothing but a history of violence and crime and oppression by the powerful against the weak, and it's happened in all races. And of course, what you do is you pick one race to demonize, and then you extrapolate that to apply that to all white people that exist today. Because like Nick Fuentes, you are a racist. And every once in a while, we peel back the veneer of your racism and we get the truth. Whereas I believe, very simply, that all white people and all black people and all brown people and all Asian people define themselves by their individual values and actions, because we are a planet of individual wet organisms that make their own choices. And what you want to do, much like what Nick wants to do, is define people in this very stupid way by the color of their skin.
When he met the Arabs, he murdered, killed, and robbed them. When he met the Brazilians,
Hey, I get you.
Let me show you something that makes me furious every time I see it. This is a real tax return from someone making $284,972 per year in a W-2 income. Take a look at this. Line 16, the federal tax alone is $85,231. Now you add in state tax and their total tax burden jumps up to $114,000. That's 40% of their income gone. And here's what baffles me even more. They're taking the standard deduction. There's no itemizing. There's no business structure in place. There's no real estate tax strategy. There's no planning around capital gains. Let's break this down. If this person had a side hustle and elected S Corp status, they could have saved around $15,000. If they had a solo 401k, that would have let them defer $22,500 tax-free. A cost aggregation study on an investment property could have easily created over $18,000 in extra depreciation. And if they have smarter timing on capital gains, they could have saved another $12,000 in taxes. That's $48,000 in missed tax savings this year alone. I see this every day. Smart, successful people getting absolutely destroyed by taxes because their CPA is asleep at the wheel. This return maybe took an hour to prepare, a basic compliance job, and there's zero strategy. With 5 simple restructuring moves, this person could have legally paid $65,000 instead of $114,000. That's $49,000 back in their pocket every single year. I reviewed hundreds of returns like this. Same mistakes, same missed opportunities. And when I restructured my own finances using these strategies, I saved over $250,000 in taxes and built an 8-figure net worth. And the thing is, the IRS doesn't hide these strategies. They're all legal, they're all published, and they're all available. Your CPA just isn't using them. This week, I'm teaching the 5 tax strategies that could cut your tax bill by $30,000 or more and add $50,000 to your investment portfolio. You can implement these before December 31st and change your entire financial future. Click below to register for free and stop letting your CPA rob you of your wealth.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest initiative of the quarter. I did everything right. I used AI blocks to list all the tasks, delegate them to the team, set up all the timelines. It even wrote perfect descriptions so everything was crystal clear. Clearly, you're a professional. Thank you. Suddenly, I get a message from leadership saying we need to finish the project a month before deadline. It happens every time. Good thing we have Monday.com. We just reshaped all the timeline, brought in freelancers to help, gave them some guest accounts. They had everything organized so they could just jump right in. We put up all the assets, waited for management to approve. Done. Everyone automatically got notified. We ended up reaching our goals 2 days.
And so over the weekend, the National Park Service changed which days Americans can visit national parks for free next year. There are all these free days, right? Some important holidays. Notably, they removed Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth and added President Trump's birthday, which is also Flag Day. This was part of a July executive order from the president. How do these changes reflect the values of the current administration?
Yeah, this is something that they had sort of said they were going to do in addition to now collecting an entrance fee from any non-U.S. citizens at some of the major top parks, about the top 10 or so. Now, those visitors who are from outside of the country or who aren't citizens will have to pay $100 of an entrance fee again at some of those top, most popular parks and attractions. But this is now joining a list of some other holidays where there are entrance fees collected at about 100 of the parks, but there are 400 total national parks, and many of them can be visited most days for free.
In this round, here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
You know, Cornell, I didn't like how they conflated the two stories, right? You have one story in that news report, right? You had one story that was talking about Trump.
NBC.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to denigrate the news department of NBC beyond simply this story. But so you have one story that is very upsetting to people in the African-American community and people of all races who are just more concerned with race relations in America, where Trump's team has decided that it would remove both Juneteenth, which really started off as a Texas holiday, the celebration of the news of the Emancipation Proclamation coming to Texas, and has spread to become a national holiday, and Martin Luther King's birthday, which obviously is a national holiday. And they're still both federal holidays, but they are no longer days where you can enter parks for free. That's one story. Then you have this other story that Trump has said, hey, if you're a non-citizen, you don't get to get in for free. You've got to pay this fee. I have no problem with the Trump administration showing preference to American citizens of all races over non-citizens, right? In fact, I absolutely applaud that. I wish we'd stop doing so much foreign aid. I wish we'd stop diverting so much of our safety network to non-citizens and refocus on doing things for more citizens of all colors in this country, period. We're never going to do that, but that'd be great. So I have no problem with that second, the latter story. The former story just seems a little bit insane, right? Why would you select those holidays that you know are going to receive some backlash from specific communities that are already aggrieved, especially with the Republican Party, right? The Republican Party doesn't get a lot of traction. I mean, other than with you, with the Trump administration doesn't get a lot of traction with African Americans. And if they really want to become a bigger tent and have power longer, right, as we see the demographics of America changing, then that was just stupid, right? And why not? Why not celebrate the end of slavery by letting people go into national parks for free so they can celebrate with their families, especially in a community like the Black community in America, where you have a higher degree of poverty, a higher degree of people living below the middle class, who have every right to go to national parks and celebrate things like MLK Day and Juneteenth. So I think this is a glaring example of a horrible decision by the Trump administration. But I don't think the second part is a problem. Let's prioritize citizens over non-citizens.
I believe that the Trump administration did this on purpose.
Well, obviously.
Sending a message to Trump's racist base, those racist members of the Trump support.
So half of America is racist?
No, when I speak of the base of Donald Trump, I'm speaking of those who are racist that are in his base. And we've seen many clips of those who may believe and say some very racist things. In fact, when you look at Donald Trump administration moving Dr. King's birthday, a man who fought, bled, and gave his life to make America better, to live up to the constitutional foundation of this country, upheld the Constitution and challenged white people and Black people to live it. And now you remove Juneteenth, the day that slavery actually ended in America. Juneteenth celebration was first established, you're right here in Texas, by the late, great state representative Al Edwards, who made it and championed to become a Texas holiday. Then it became a national holiday. But what that does in removing those days that you can no longer get in free, the national parks, is a message to Black people. That's the Trump administration saying the same thing they said a couple of weeks ago, that the Coast Guard would no longer consider the noose and swastikas as hate symbols. Black people, how much more does the administration of Donald Trump need to do to tell us that he don't give a damn about Black people? How much more does he have to do calling African nations that people come from in America, calling their homelands shithole countries, and saying everybody from there are evil, worthless people that contribute nothing, every one of them. And them same Black people, he was speaking about the Somalian brothers and sisters, many of them supported Donald Trump, held fundraisers for Donald Trump, championed Donald Trump.
Not have widespread support in this.
Turn around and call all of them worthless and wish they all would go back is the same thing that Senator Tim Scott got fed. It's the same thing that Candace Owens and other Black conservatives have realized with the Trump administration. That's why all of those Black political figures and leaders who supported Donald Trump, not a single one of them bootlicking handkerchief head Negroes was picked to be a part of his administrative team or his transition team or a member of his cabinet. So let's wake up, brothers and sisters, and realize the Trump administration is saying to Black people, I don't give a damn about you. And that's all right. Because what we have to do as Black people is fall in love with one another. Focus on the internal problems within our own community, clean those problems up, unite, and in our unity of righteousness, we put forth a Black agenda and make men like Donald Trump adhere to that agenda, or we use our political power to sway every election in America. Right now, we're not swaying any elections because we have sold our soul, our ancestors did, several generations back, and still many of those Negroes today sold their allegiance to the Democratic Party that also don't give a damn about black people. The one party is a wolf, the other party is a pit bull pretending to be a poodle, and that's the liberal Democrats who care nothing about black people. We got to come together as a people, and when we do unite, Donald Trump wouldn't talk like that. No, he would not, because we would be so powerful in our unity, economically, politically. He would quiver in his boots before speaking like that. But you can talk like that to a people who are disunited, discombobulated, and every time you turn on the nightly news, it looks like we hate one another and how we slaughter each other. We fix our own problems and unite. Donald Trump and no other crazy white man like that in his administration would do something like that against the wishes of black people.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful sermon, Quanell. Not really on topic, but if we're going to talk about his comments about Somalia as a country and its culture and Somalian people, just a little rejoinder. I think calling a group of individuals all garbage is disgusting, right? Because people are individuals. I think you can look at the Somalian culture, right, in Somalia and say that the country is a garbage country, right? It is marked by incredible amounts of violence and crime. We have sent tremendous amounts of both cash aid and assistance to that country. And we have relocated hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them, to this country, right? And so, yeah, we relocated them because it's such a horrible garbage country. Does that mean the people are garbage? No, but the country is absolutely garbage. And the people that come over here with over half of them on welfare, also a problem. But you can't speak, just like you speak about white people, I don't believe you can speak about the Somalian people.
Using ChatGPT like Google? That's why it feels useless. But try this instead.
So this is how I became the most dangerous.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quanell X and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Again, I have tremendous respect for Miami. Great team, great school. Their athletic director, Dan Radakovich, is a good friend. And all the teams in the ACC, great, wonderful universities. We have no gripes about any of the schools in the ACC. But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
What do you mean?
Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
In the college football world are angry and upset that their particular school did not make the college playoff, the 12-team playoff. Everybody can't make the 12-team playoff. But I agree with some of those schools that they should have been in it, because there are two schools, I believe, that is in the playoff, possibly three, that I don't think deserve to be in it under the current ranking system. They're now allowing conference champions to enter into the playoffs. And I believe schools like Tulane and James Madison, nothing against those schools. They play great football at the level that they play the game at James Madison and Tulane. But to put them in a 12-team college playoff over other teams like Texas and Notre Dame, the system is broken. It needs to be fixed. But the Notre Dame athletic director, I disagree with him totally. He cannot be upset with Miami for any reason. Why? Because they lost to Miami. Miami beat Notre Dame, and they end up having the same exact win-loss record at the end of the year, and the committee chose to put in Miami over Notre Dame. But what many people also have to understand is Notre Dame plays in an independent schedule. They're really not a part of a conference. They're a part of a conference in the other sports, but in football, they play an independent schedule because many believe they do that because they don't want to play real competition. Notre Dame wants to really get into the playoff based on business relationships, based on viewership, and based on the wealth and history of the university in the game of football. But that's not the way it's played today. So now he's saying the ACC maybe have ruined permanently their relationship with Notre Dame. Well, what the hell was the ACC athletic director and committee to do when you got a team like Miami that's in the ACC, but you got a business relationship with Notre Dame, which is an independent schedule? I disagree with him about that, man. Look, you didn't get in, dude, because you really tried to maintain an independent schedule. You don't want to play in the Big Ten, and you sure as hell don't want to play in the SEC. So that's on them. They lost to Miami. Kudos to Miami. They should have got in. James Madison, Tulane, they could have been bumped and brought Notre Dame in. And that's where I say the system needs to be fixed.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't have any empathy, any sympathy for the bleatings of Notre Dame's AD, right? The Irish, they should join a conference for football, period. It's absurd that he is upset because, you said that he was upset about Miami talking smack. I heard something different. I heard that he was okay with Miami talking about it. He was more upset with the leadership of the ACC showing preference to their member school over a non-member school. And that is just absurd. Of course they are, right? And I agree that the college football playoff will never be the NCAA basketball tournament. There is, we were listening to, before we started filming, our producer and director, Matt Horn, bleeding about football because he doesn't understand the game, right? And comparing it and talking.
Matt wanted to be a cheerleader all of his life. Yes, Matt is a young man who wanted to play basketball and he wouldn't touch football, but he wanted to be a cheerleader. So
we don't need to. I just want to just explain his misunderstanding. I don't want to take shots at young Mr. Horn. There's no reason to be mean, Quanell. But let's get back to it. What he's talking about was the possibility of a Cinderella story emerging from the Tulane game or the James Madison game. And while in basketball, it just takes one hot hand to make a difference at a game. And, a smaller guy that is playing with a lot of energy and aggressiveness can defend a taller guy. But that math doesn't translate to an 11-man squad of giants versus, normal size, smaller D1 athletes. And Tulane would be lucky to beat anyone in the SEC, even someone at the bottom rung of the SEC. It is a small private school made for not so bright, wealthy kids in Louisiana who couldn't get into the honors program at LSU. Yeah, I'm kidding. But it's just not. It's a decent school, but it is not a football school, and it's playing in a conference that has no business playing. I mean, we have to realize the dominance of certain conferences. Obviously, the SEC and the SEC should have more opportunity to get teams in the playoffs. Now, everyone's whining here in Texas about the University of Texas not making it in, which, falls on deaf ears for me. They lost to Florida, and Florida wasn't doing well. But I think any SEC team should be in ahead of James Madison and Tulane. I don't care if they won their conference. It's not a real conference. And it's not about hurting people's feelings. And the Irish most certainly should be in ahead of either of them. But again, go play in a conference. And if the Notre Dame wants to lock down an easy bid every year, go play in a conference with Tulane or with James Madison.
That's exactly.
But they don't, because really they also want to keep all the money. Let's be very real about it. Notre Dame keeps a tremendous amount of television dollars that they would have to share with other teams if they weren't an independent football program.
Exactly.
And really, all of this is coming down to money. Like, we're talking about Notre Dame being left out. We're talking about that. We're not talking about is the incredible number of schools that once they did get left out, including Notre Dame, said, yeah, we're just not going to play in a bowl this year, right? So you have schools like Florida State. You have very powerful, very, very big programs, Baylor here in Texas, that are just opting to not play in a bowl because they didn't make the playoffs. And that's bad for the sport of football.
You see the amount of money that they're agreeing to pay in a fine for opting out of those bowl games? Baylor, $500,000.
Right. I mean, you have schools that are having huge transitions, right? Like Ole Miss that are still playing. LSU is playing U of H here in Houston in the Texas Bowl. And of course, they've had all that transition with Lane Kiffin. I mean, you have these schools that are just opting. And of course, also you have all the students that are being given the opportunity to opt out. Is it the Arizona State quarterback that didn't show up for the banquet and entered the portal? I mean, I think if you sign on for a season, you should be required to play the whole season.
They can only do that if the players are under contract. Okay. Remember, UNLV's quarterback in the middle of the season this year, he said, I want a pay raise and demanded $500,000. I'm not going to play. And he quit in the middle of the season, and the running back quit. Also wanted an instant pay raise in the middle of the season. They cannot do that if they're under contract. But these universities don't want them to be under contract, in particular NCAA, because if you do that, then they're no longer student athletes, they're contract employees. And once they become contract employees, then they become unionized. And then becoming unionized, it becomes real revenue sharing. They don't want that, Charles. So we're blaming the player for opting out of the banquet. And
I'm blaming the system for allowing them to opt out.
Okay,
I don't think they should be allowed to opt out of the playoffs and then enter the portal.
But if we're going to change the rules for players who can't opt out in the middle of the season, well, then guess what? Let's change those rules for the coaches who can't opt out either.
It's absolutely absurd what LSU, and again, I'm an LSU fan. We talked about this before, and Lane Kiffin, the fact that he has a chance for a national title, his team has a chance for a natty, and he took big money to walk out right at the end of the season is despicable. And I know the Ole Miss AD played a role in not letting Lane finish the season, but I think it's all around despicable. I think that the teams that are opting out of bowls, I think that's despicable. I think Notre Dame's whining is despicable. I think we need to continue to tweak this very new system of playoffs in college football to ensure better teams are in it.
And those athletic directors and head coaches are not thinking about the senior players who could use that bowl game to help them get catapulted to the next level of the NFL. They're not thinking about them.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier. Hey man, you got this. Create a website that looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here.
Judge says this crime cost these kids not only their clean records and reputations, but also a championship football game. It's not a naughty or nice list.
They stole and they stole and they stole and they stole and they stole.
It's a list of stolen goods, 47 items to be exact, totaling more than $2,000.
So this is part of a football team. This is also the thoroughbred thieves.
We're blurring the 8 suspects' faces because they're juveniles, the youngest being 14 years old. Sheriff Grady Judd says they Ubered to the Dick's Sporting Goods at Posner Park in Davenport on Saturday, and once inside, separated into 2 groups to steal the goods. They were all in town to compete in a championship football game.
It goes to show you can do the right thing and win championships. They did the right thing. You can do the wrong thing and end up in jail and let your football team down. So they'll never know whether or not they could have bested this really great team from Cocoa.
Judd says their coach tried to talk the deputies out of arresting them, but it didn't work.
The coach says, Don't you guys have anything better to do? What are all these deputies doing here? Don't you have anything better to do than arrest these kids? Listen, I don't know how you do things in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but in Polk County, Florida, we'd lock you up for stealing, for being a thief.
All of them were charged with felony retail theft.
In this round, here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
So the Fox Local, obviously, they just blurred the images of the teenagers that committed the theft on mostly, I think, all of it on camera. So I don't think we have to say alleged at this point. I think there is affirmative evidence of their misdeeds. But the Polk County Sheriff there in Florida, their office did not blur their images, and on social media and some of the media actually produced and showed these pictures of these young kids, which, I thought, at 14, 15, 16 years old, which is the ages, I thought that was probably in poor taste. But I also think that their theft is in poor taste, and the coaches' advocacy for just letting it slide with this new nonsense, this new, we live in this new era of brazen criminality, especially by many teenagers and young adults. We have people walking around with baklavas or full face masks on in warm weather, constantly, as what is alleged to be a fashion choice, but is typically a mechanism to facilitate crime in this very high surveillance era. We just had murder committed in a Circle K parking lot here in Houston, or it's committed by two young, what appear to be young black teenagers, but you can only make out their eyes because they were walking around. It's become a normal uniform, right? And of course, you would think that parents, realizing that even if their kid's not a criminal, they're adopting the dress and attire of criminals, and they should not allow them to do it. But there are so many young adults and teenagers running around in cities like Philadelphia, where the cops do pretend that they have too much better to do than respond to theft. And we see video after video after video after video of brazen spree shoplifting and theft with absolutely no police response and no consequence. So a lot of teenagers have got to the point where they feel like they are entitled to steal, and that they, even when the store tries to catch them, they use physical force to get away, which actually should shift it to a strong arm robbery. But of course, that's never charged either. So you have these teens that went on a road trip to Florida, and no one educated them on the fact that many parts of Florida take crime much more seriously than the far, far left Soros-backed prosecutor in Philadelphia, the DA in Philadelphia, who really is kind of an anti-justice DA. And, you don't have kids being prosecuted even when they're caught, but mostly you have a non-response, and they just get to steal stuff and leave. And they've learned a bitter lesson. They're probably going to get held to some serious account. That's a felony amount of stolen goods. And I absolutely think they should. We have to get back to arresting people that commit victim crimes, because, of course, it creates food deserts, retail deserts, and pharmaceutical deserts in our most vulnerable communities, because those are the ones, large urban minority poor communities are the ones that suffer the most retail theft, the most food theft, the most pharmaceutical theft. And the businesses leave, and they're replaced by businesses that charge usurious rates, overcharge people, and continue to step on the poor, who are all suffering because of the criminals, right? So I'm glad these kids got arrested. I hope they get punished, and I'm tired of all the people that are sitting here advocating, oh, don't you have something better to do than stop thieves? No, in fact, they shouldn't. That's the police's damn job. And really, in Philadelphia, the police should get back to work.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before Christmas. Guess who won?
My dad can't lose weight with Tai Chi, so it's a scam?
Oh, no, he probably just doing it wrong. Most men do Tai Chi wrong, and that's exactly why they can't lose weight. How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the
I coached youth football and Little League football for 7 years, coaching my son and many hundreds of other young youth football players. My brother has been a youth football coach for the last 29 years. He's still coaching right now, youth football. We all traveled to Florida. Florida has always been the hotbed of the national championship in youth football for decades now. So everybody's ultimate goal across the country in Little League football is get to Florida, get to Florida. And what is ironic about the report with the sheriff, the chief, he was stating that the coach was saying, don't you all have anything better to do than to arrest these children for these petty thefts? But you notice that they did not say the parents were there, outraged with them boys, literally want to whoop their behinds with belts in their hand. It was just the coach. Many people do not know that most of us who traveled to Florida with these youth football teams, the majority of the team's parents could not afford to come, could not afford to make it. So these kids are crossing state lines with the sole responsibility of the coach. And I could only imagine the tremendous pressure the coach was up under and said something silly like, don't you have something better to do? You got to tell all of these kids' parents that, one, your kid is in jail for shoplifting. You got to go back and tell the team we're preparing for the championship, but 12 of our players are gone. They all might have been starters, etc. You don't know, but they probably sure was. Then you got to tell the other parents and all of the people that you raise money for in fundraisers that we wasted your money because our kids chose 12 of them to go and do something stupid. What I don't like is the sheriff putting their pictures out there on purpose. That was no accident. That was by design, because he wants the world to see those little youth black faces that he arrested for shoplifting.
What a horrible assumptive lie.
Let me finish. I didn't cut you off.
Because I wasn't lying, Quanell.
I didn't cut you off. This same man that just tried to cut me off brought up a similar incident of crime in the Houston area at a Circle K and didn't even say that they were black. He said, but they appear to probably be black.
No, they were black. You could see their faces. Yes, they were absolutely black.
That ain't got a damn
they
thing
appeared to be
do
teenagers.
They
were absolutely black. They just, I don't know their exact age, liar.
Doesn't want me to point out what this white sheriff was doing in putting their pictures out there. Normally, in the system of justice, in the criminal justice system, juveniles' identity, they are concealed because they're juveniles. That sheriff knows this. He did that on purpose. Those media outlets, they don't normally show faces of juveniles defendants, no matter what the crime is. They know that. So when you have these other affiliates that are doing that, it's on purpose, it's intentional. So I commend Fox for not showing their identities, but I condemn the behavior of you young brothers that you go in and do something so foolish and so stupid that you bust your ass all year to get to Florida. And obviously you was winning in the tournament, which is extremely difficult to do. And then you get to the championship game to only go do a jackass move. What about your teammates? What about your coaches? What about the people who donated money so you all could go to Florida? These young brothers brought this on themselves. But the sheriff was right about one thing. You'll never know if you could have finished the job and won a national championship that you would have never forgotten because you wanted to go do a jackass move. And you know what? This ain't the first time. We've seen high schools travel out of the country and members of the band or members of the athletic program travel to another state and commit crimes. We've seen college teams do it. This is foolishness. At what point are we going to learn that our own individual desires for materialistic items are not greater than the overall good of our program and our team and our coaches who sacrifice? And I'm going to tell you something. Not a single Little League football coach is paid to do that. That man is spending money out of his own pocket to coach those kids. That's a damn shame, young brothers. But I wouldn't be surprised how many of the 12 don't have a father in the home, because it ain't no way.
We sure love to make excuses
Ain't
for
no way
strangers.
that if those 12 boys, I'm gonna be honest with you, if they had active fathers, they would have been in Florida with them. And when they got that phone call that their son was at Dick's shoplifting,
So if the sheriff chose all juvenile offenders, it wasn't racist, right? You called him a racist unfairly. You stuck up for the coach who was sticking up for the thief who's from a society that approves thieving. Then you're just making excuses for a stranger.
America
right?
was
And you talk
founded
about
on
fathers
thieving.
not being present, but you don't
America
have
was
any
founded
idea if
on
their fathers are
thieving.
present or not.
Hell,
It
that's not
sounds a little
what
racist for you to assume that they're not present.
I don't ever have to worry about running out of contact lenses because with the 1-800-CONTACTS app, ordering online is a breeze. With just a few taps, I have contact lenses heading right to my door. And that means overnight shipping if you're really in a pinch. And it's not just the ease of ordering or the very quick shipping that keeps me coming back time and time again. It's 1-800-CONTACT Lenses customer service. If you have a question about your prescription, or you have an issue ordering, or if you just want to say hi, 1-800-CONTACTS customer service team is available 24/7 for any of your needs or concerns. So if you value efficiency and reliability as much as I do, and you never want to have to worry about running.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
After having a baby, she told a tale saying she found it. That story didn't add up. Now that girl is talking with Fox News' Jessica Dupek. Jess is live on Detroit's West Side. Jessica.
Roop, a nonprofit reached out to us a couple of days ago saying that teen mom, she wanted to speak out, especially after her story went absolutely viral. She wants to set the record straight as to why she made up this story. And it really boils down to the fact that she was incredibly scared about what was happening and she didn't want to burden her mom.
Does this all make you feel?
I'm happy now. I was just scared at first, but.
And how old are you?
16.
Hayden Peoples didn't even know she was pregnant until it was happening on Thanksgiving.
I was laying in bed, my water had broke, and I went in the bathroom, and I had Paxton. And when let's go into depth a little more.
3 pushes into the toilet, and there he was. Peyton's mom, Kyra, was at a family member's Peyton home alone.
I cleaned him off, and then I looked up on TikTok how to cut my umbilical cord, and I cut the cord.
She was terrified and spun a tale that someone dumped the baby on the porch of her family's West Side Detroit home. He was never on the porch.
Huh? Why on my porch? That's what I kept asking. Why on my porch? Why my porch? Why my porch?
Kyra believed her daughter. They're close. Posting this on social media, and it spread everywhere. They called 911. Detroit police then brought Peyton into Children's Hospital downtown Detroit to be ruled out as the mom. That's when Peyton fessed up. Little Paxton was hers.
It was already hard for her to raise us, so it was like, that's just adding another burden on her back. I didn't want to do that.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
So this story of this young girl giving birth and being afraid to let her mom know, her parent know that she had given birth to a child is a real story about joy, pain, and fear. The joy that you brought a beautiful life into the world and a child is purely innocent, the child deserves to have life. Pain because that young girl was going through so much psychological trauma and mental fear that she felt her mom would have a very negative reaction to her having a child and giving birth. Now, whether she did not know until the moment that she gave birth, I don't know. That's another discussion. I'm not a doctor. I don't have any integral details to really speak on that in-depthly, but I will say that I applaud her for not overreacting out of fear and doing something that she could never, ever take back. We've all heard of stories of young teenage girls giving birth secretly to children, putting them in garbage cans, some of them killing them outright out of fear of being exposed to their parents that they were involved in sexual activity and gotten pregnant and gave birth. It's amazing that this young woman had no medical care whatsoever during the pregnancy, no prenatal care during the pregnancy, and it appears she's had a very healthy baby. As a parent, I can only imagine a teenage child coming to a parent saying, I'm pregnant. Most parents would be angry. Most parents would be upset. Well, I applaud this young woman. You didn't put that baby in the garbage can. She gave birth and the baby was in the toilet. She didn't flush that baby or try to, and she didn't harm the child. So I thank God that this young woman was able to hold on to the connection she had with that baby. Even though she created a lie about finding the baby, at least she didn't do harm to the child.
Right. There's a lot of people on social media saying negative things about the 16-year-old girl that I find to be a bit repugnant. The last story I heard that was somewhat similar was a college cheerleader at I think a Division I school. I don't remember if it was Kentucky or Kansas. Seems to me it was one of those, but is alleged to have murdered the baby after birth, and we've heard that time and time again. And this is a crime, infanticide, that is goes across racial and socioeconomic and all barriers, and is usually downstream from a young person or a young adult being terrified of the responsibilities of having a baby. And, I had my first child, Eve. I was 22, and it's scary, right? You think, well, how? And obviously, I wasn't the one giving birth, but it's scary to think, well, how am I going to pay for this? How am I going to afford this? How am I going to do this? So you can't imagine a 16-year-old living in near poverty. Uh, I think there's some details that need to be explored, right? First of all, it needs to be determined whether or not the father was also a juvenile or within whatever the state they're in Chicago, Illinois, if within the boundaries of their Romeo and Juliet laws, like 2 or 3 years, depending. And I'm not a lawyer there, so I'm not sure. But if this was an adult male that was, older, in his 20s, mid 20s, and 30s, that impregnated the child, then there should most certainly be a consequence for him, right? We have to do more to protect teenagers from predators, but we don't have any idea. But that should be explored by law enforcement. What should not be explored by law enforcement or anyone else is the decision making by this child. The child, the parent child, right? Not the infant. It sounds like she, the thought that she's going to go to TikTok, and we love to harangue and hate on social media, but TikTok may very well have saved this baby's life. Like she went to TikTok as a resource to determine how she could finish the birth. Now, I find it implausible that the child was not aware that she was pregnant, right? And it does raise some concerns about how much attention the mother was paying to her, that she wasn't aware either. I mean, it seems like, she didn't seem to be she seemed to be slightly overweight, but that could have just been from the pregnancy. We don't know. And it seems like you should be more in tune with what's going on with your child. But I believe the mom. I think she had no idea. And I think a lot of parents of 16-year-olds don't even consider it in the realm of possibilities for their child, right?
This is true.
So, I think that, but this kid, this teenager saying, hey, I'm going to have this, I have this child, whether she was unaware or not, she has the child. She researches and performs, surgical duties to protect the life of the child, and then knowing that the child needs medical care contrives an unbelievable story because she was scared, and then in fact goes and obviously confesses when confronted on the issue. I don't find I find her to be a laudable person, and it never ceases to amaze me, and I should be more cynical, but the glee that people have for condemning people online, right? And that's the toxicity, the negativity.
The most nastiest human beings on the
Figured it
planet.
out, that figured out how to complete the birth online. But hopefully, we talked yesterday about social media rallying around that crazy woman that got fired from a Cinnabon. This is the kind of stuff that you'd like to see social media and the generous people of the world rally behind, right? Making sure that this child, because here's the thing. Illinois, obviously, Governor Pritzker, Chicago, Mayor Johnson. It's a liberal state where Planned Parenthood is robust, abortion access exists, family planning care exists, right? Republicans in other states are very good about saying, no, let's not do anything, and not very good about saying, hey, I want to help this child thrive once they're born. And Democrats are very good about protecting access to abortion, even in the late trimester, and at all costs. But also don't do a very good job, right? Chicago, you have horrible performances in public schools. You have people, they've spent so much money on migration that many people of color are being denied social services, and there's so many struggling people that live in
But
a
in this
pervasive,
case,
and hopefully this
case-
child can escape this reality, and
But-
that would be great for social media to get behind and do something for this kid.
In this case, we always tell children, don't lie to your parents. Always be honest with your parents. And I want to say that I agree with that. I would rather you lie to your parents about how the baby was born and where the baby came from than for you to try to conceal it and commit crime against that child, to hide it from your parents. We can rebound from the truth. We can rebound from you having a baby. We can't rebound from taking a child's life. So any teenager's pregnant, do what you gotta do. Just don't harm that baby, and you'll find help in the long run.
The real tax deadline isn't April 15th, it's January 1st. If you miss it, you hand the IRS another full year of your compounding. Here's how most high-income earners run their year. January rolls around and they say, I'm gonna figure out taxes later. December hits and there's this huge panic. April comes, they overpay, and they promise next year will be different. But that procrastination actually costs you real money. If you wait until July to set up your business structure, you just donated 6 months of your potential savings to the IRS. Money that's gone forever. If you're scrambling to open up that solo 401k in December, it means that you're trying to max it out in 4 weeks. Most people can't, so thousands of dollars in deductions just evaporate. If you own rental property but haven't set up proper depreciation, every month you wait is money you're lighting on fire. And that pile of receipts you swear you're going to organize, by the time you start tracking in June, you already lost half a year of legitimate deductions. And sure, the stuff feels boring right now when you've got actual work to do. But the gap between I'll handle it later and it's already running isn't just paperwork. It's the difference between keeping more of your money and watching it disappear. Every year you wait isn't just 1 year of lost savings, it's everything those dollars could have become. The rental property you could have bought 2 years earlier, the debt you're still carrying that could be gone, or the investment account that's half of what it could be. Procrastination doesn't show up on your tax return. It shows up as a gap between where you are and where you know you should be. This week, I'm teaching 5 key tax strategies that you may want in place before January 1st to stop leaving money on the table. Entity structures, retirement accounts, expense tracking, depreciation strategies, and quarterly planning. The stuff that actually moves the needle on your taxes. Click below to register for free because next January, you're either ahead of the game or playing catch up again.
After you literally stabbed them, you can get out of that crime. A black man was acquitted of stabbing a white man in Oregon after he claimed the attack was self-defense because the victim called him a racial slur. However, he was found not guilty of the crime on October 31st after the jury learned the victim was using racial slurs in the aftermath of the altercation. But after he was bleeding out, he decided to call him a racial slur. You know, if I just got stabbed, I'd be pretty pissed off too. Security cameras with no audio captured Edwards, the black guy, with a fixed blade knife in hand, approaching Howard, the white guy who was just sitting on a bench. Howard immediately jumped up and pushed Edwards away because he probably felt threatened, and the two scuffled until the black guy stabbed the white guy in the shoulder. You can even see, like, he got stabbed right here and he's running away. It looks like he's still holding it. So the body cam footage where the security officers came up showed the white guy shouting racial slurs at the black guy after he got stabbed. There is no evidence, apparently, of him saying it before he got stabbed. Before this trial, he spent 3 months in custody because they deemed he was a threat to the public due to his lengthy criminal record, including being convicted of second-degree assault for stabbing someone in 2020. This dude has a history of it.
Here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
All right, Quanell, I'm interested to hear your take on this because this strikes me as the woke madness of Portland, Oregon gone awry in the judicial system. I don't understand why the perpetrator who was found not guilty was given the opportunity to have on the jury charge self-defense as an affirmative defense to the prosecution of second-degree assault. The totality of the argument for self-defense was that it's two 43-year-old men, right? One 43-year-old man, Gregory Howard, was just sitting on a park bench, and he looks like a big, scary, skinhead white guy. But he was, I mean, there's video of this, right, that doesn't have audio. He is just sitting on the park bench, minding his business, right? Where Gary Edwards, who is the now not found guilty but prior felon, it claimed that the guy sitting on the bench called him that awful pejorative, the racial pejorative, that magic word that is now being used. We saw it in the case here in Texas where the magic word was alleged to be the justification for a stabbing. But the video shows the defendant, the black man, approaching a guy sitting on a park bench minding his business with a knife in his hand. Then as he runs up on him with the knife, the white guy stands up, kind of shoves him away to try to get away, and he stabs him, right? And it's very clear that after the stabbing, he called him a racial pejorative, and it seems like the bulk of the testimony was after the stabbing, he called him these not nice words. It's also very clear that this defendant has a penchant for stabbing people unprovoked. He's a violent guy, right? And the problem is that treating, and we had this big discussion about racial pejoratives and your penchant for using them, and you explained that you think it's okay because there's no history of oppression. I think it's repugnant for anyone to use it. But I don't think that we should, I mean, I think if someone stabs you unprovoked, well, you probably get to call him anything you think that will upset them, right? Because they stabbed you unprovoked. And there seems to be no argument that this victim here did anything other than sit on a park bench and have a crazy guy come up and stab him. And we've got to stop pretending that saying an ugly word is enough to try to, or in the case of Frisco, Texas, actually, and there's no evidence that was it, kill somebody, right? It's just not. In fact, here in Texas, you have to be, self-defense requires that you are defending yourself from physical harm, not a bad word. It's absolutely insane. And this judge failed his community by allowing the jury to even consider self-defense.
Charles, when you read the quote unquote facts of this case, it's strange all around, because it's not just strange, your narrative that you put forth, but the entire narrative surrounding the case. Allegedly, the suspect in this case, who was found not guilty, is saying that when he approached the gentleman on the park bench, he was approaching him to see if he could sell or trade his knife for something that he believed the white man had in his possession, the white guy. This is what they said in trial. And allegedly, the white guy turned around being very physically hostile toward the guy and immediately started using the N-word when he was approached about selling this knife to him. This is the narrative that the defense put before the jury. And then after that, they get into some type of physical altercation, and the gentleman with the knife, the black guy, he stabs the white victim in this case. The man dies. And allegedly, the prosecutor said that the man only used the racial.
I don't think he died, Quanell. He's still alive.
Yes, but are using this, saying that this guy only used racial slurs after he was stabbed.
Right.
Well,
and those racial slurs are actually on body cam, so he definitely used it.
The body cam shows he was using these slurs. Right. But it comes down to which story do you believe? And both men have a long, systemic, violent criminal history. Not just the perpetrator, but the victim in this case too.
Really, what's the victim history?
They both have a criminal history. Look it up. They both, and that was
well, I can tell you the stabbers, right? He stabs people. He got convicted of stabbing somebody 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
But they both have a serious criminal history.
I haven't seen anything on the victim.
What I was shocked was, do you know that the judge in this case allowed the jury to hear about this man's criminal history?
So, if you are between the ages of 50 and 85 and you want to have all of your burial expenses taken care of, listen to this. They don't want you to know about this. There is now an affordable whole life insurance policy that is designed to pay for all of your funeral and final expenses, up to $40,000. So your family is not knocking on doors, raising money at the church, having a fish fry, or raising money for your funeral. Now, this is a limited offer. Here's why. It's only available for anyone who is retired, on a fixed income, or just wants to make sure all of their funeral and final expenses are paid off. Here's the kicker. You cannot be declined for this life insurance, regardless of your health. And most importantly, there is no 2-year waiting period. Let me say that one more time. No 2-year waiting period. Most people don't know about this company, and this might be the last chance to sign up at such a low price. It's important to find out if you can join. I'll show you how. But today might be the last day you'll see this video. Don't miss your chance to get the best whole life insurance policy in years at an affordable price. All you need to do is click the Learn More button below and answer a few easy questions. You'll then get the opportunity to speak with a licensed agent who will walk you through the whole process, start to finish, and find the best option for you and your budget. It's time to take action and ensure your family is not left with a hefty bill when that day comes. Don't miss your chance. Click below now to see if you qualify.
Also, because he took the stand and testified in this case.
Right, your history becomes admissible.
They
when you
allow this
testify.
history to come out for the jury also.
Okay.
But also, let's be clear, Black people who are watching the show and every other race. This was not some all-Black jury. No, it was not. Supposedly, allegedly, and supposedly what I've read, there was only one Black person on the jury in that trial. Portland and the state of Oregon is not a state that's high in numbers of Black people. In fact, we're less than 1% of the population in Oregon. So these were white folks who heard this man's defense and decided that his actions were justifiable and he had committed no crime.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. Portland is radically progressive. They just elected for mayor a woman that's apparently still being in her 40s, that was still being supported financially by her parents, that has no real job history, that is claims to be a socialist but champions communism. They have a penchant for a far. I consider myself a fairly liberal guy. I don't consider myself a progressive, right? And they are radically progressive, right? And of course, radical progressives, I think, far more embrace. I think, I've dealt with juries. An older Black jury, as a trial lawyer,
He'd have been found
I think
guilty.
they would hear a guy who has a history of stabbing people
He'd have been found
who
guilty.
said, "Oh, I was just walking up holding my knife menacingly because I wanted to sell it to my victim." I think an older Black jury would be like,
I agree
"Why
with you.
are you
Because
lying?
older Black
No,
people are not
go to
living
prison."
like that.
Right? Because most
Older
most
Black
African Americans
people,
who
they're
show
real
up for
concerned
jury
when it
duty
comes to
are not
socialist reform.
interested in allowing violent criminals of any race to be running around stabbing people, right? So I think what you probably had was a largely 20s and 30s white female naive jury that was like, "Oh yeah, so you were going to sell him your knife? Well, was that what happened back in 2020 when you stabbed that guy too? Oh, really?
But they
No, I mean, it's
both
nonsense.
had a
It's all
serious
nonsense. He
criminal
should have never got the
history
jury
charge.
charge."
But they both had a serious criminal history charge. And
Right.
the
Again,
jury,
I
and the jury-
researched this pretty
and
good,
the
and I saw
jury-
nothing
and the
about the
jury
victim.
was
He does
allowed-
look
the
like a
jury-
criminal, right?
the jury
I'll give
was
you that, but I
allowed-
saw no evidence and no one talking about his history.
Let me encourage our viewing audience. Just Google the story and
Well,
Google
tell
his
me,
name.
what's his history? If you did it,
And I'm gonna tell
Cornell,
you something. The
what's
prosecutors
his history?
were against this man history being allowed to be entered. But once he took the stand and testified, the jury was allowed to hear it. What I'm saying is, you would think, hearing this story on the surface, that this was some all-Black O.J. Simpson type jury.
Well, I think only a
and let this
racist
man
would.
get away. These are white people. These
Okay,
are white folks.
OJ wasn't found not guilty because of a
But-
black jury. He was found not guilty because the police were
But what
caught
I'm saying is,
lying
you would think that
by
the
a very
jury
smart
makeup in
attorney.
this case was black folks. No, we were not on that jury like that. These were white people. who
Well, I
let
didn't
this
say
man
that.
go.
You're the one that
But I
brought up
will
the
say
race
this.
of the jurors.
I will say this. They just sent a message. If you're a racist, you better get your raggedy, rusty behind out of Oregon. You better not be up there with that racism in that
I
city.
think the
'Cause
message
if you're
that
racist
we
in that city, you in trouble. Because if you use the N-word and somebody kill your rusty, raggedy behind, they ain't going to jail.
I think the message that we're hearing, and we're not just hearing it in Oregon. I mean, obviously up in Dallas, that if you do something horrible, that you can, as an African American, that a first line of defense for defense attorneys would be to allege, oh, well, he said this naughty magic, this awful magic, rude, pejorative, right?
Which case is
Now,
that in
again,
Dallas?
you believe that you can say pejoratives
Which
because
case is
history
that in
absolves
Dallas?
you of that. What?
Which case is that in Dallas?
Well, the stabbing case.
You mean the Frisco, Texas case?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Carmelo
Dallas.
Anthony case?
Yeah, where the monster Carmelo Anthony and you pushed all these lies saying that we were gonna, this kid
Carmelo
deserved to
Anthony
get
was minding his
killed
own
by.
business. He wasn't bothering nobody. He's minding his own business.
Okay, actually, everything seems to
And the
appear
white kid
to
approached him
support the narrative that
aggressively
Mr.
and
Anthony
threatened to
went to
physically put his
school
hand-
with the
his
knife
hands on him.
and was
And he tried to
looking
move
for an
He
altercation.
assaulted Carmelo
I
Anthony.
mean, look. Well, actually, there seems to be no evidence that he ever assaulted.
He tried to make him move from under the tent.
Also, his brother did that. It all comes down to he said these words, right? That should be the focus now as new videos emerge.
He said more than the
that
word.
he
tried to
said
put
a
his
bad
hands on him.
word.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
Interested in GLP-1s for weight loss, but worried about high costs and hidden markups? GoodRx now offers monthly GLP-1 subscriptions. Always know what you'll pay upfront.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Education system so far down. The children can't even write in cursive. Every day it's a new diagnosis for why our children are not retaining information and like that. That's the why. We can't. That's why I wouldn't dare be out here teaching nobody children. You didn't call somebody a charge because I wouldn't be in nobody's schoolhouse playing with y'all children because y'all not raising y'all children. And can't nobody tell y'all nothing. And can't nobody tell y'all kids nothing. And that's why don't nobody want to teach. Teachers been not getting paid. But one thing we had coming up teachers, you know why? Because at least some of us was half decent where they felt like, you know what? These kids need me. But y'all is failing y'all kids at home. Y'all men are leaving y'all households and failing y'all kids at home. And then want somebody to be at school teaching them and putting up with them all day. As soon as summertime comes, all y'all and all these are hollering. Oh, I can't wait till y'all go back to school. I can't wait till children spend time with their teachers in that school than they do with y'all. Nothing. That's why we ain't got no teachers, because y'all raised a bunch of monsters and didn't want to send them out in the world and want everybody to deal with them and be nice to them and give them a pass. Somebody will be the best out y'all and y'all children.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, we just watched a young woman make a post, and she was very brutal, very harsh in her analogy of what's taking place in the Black community. in black school districts, predominantly black school districts, where African American children are the large majority of children in that specific school or school district. She had some valid points about some of the things she said. It was brutal. I didn't like the manner in which she chose to deliver what she felt was the truth. I didn't like some of the profane language that she used, but she's speaking from frustration, anger, and I believe and hope true legitimate pain to see what is happening in America, in particular with Black children in the public school system of America. Parents are failing children today. School systems are failing children today, especially inner city schools are really failing Black children, and they've been failing Black children for decades. She had one valid point that she made that brought back a memory for me. She said when she was growing up, even though teachers were not making a lot of money, they still had a lot of teachers who loved the children because the teachers felt they were making an impact. But in this era to where we no longer teach creative genius to children, we no longer teach independent thought, thinking, critical analysis to children in schools. We program children to pass tests. Standardized testing now has replaced teachers being creative and taking the talents of a child, expanding and growing those talents and helping them evolve and prepare them for the world ahead. Standardized testing is what the norm is now. Just pass the test. We grade, evaluate teachers on the test, which is not fair to them. We have too many parents that are not actively engaging in children's education in these school systems, but it's happening almost to every race of children now in America, especially this current generation, no matter what your race is now. These children are not respecting teachers. They're not honoring teachers. And we got too many parents who were children having children that when your child is at school disrespecting teachers, the parent is taking the child's side over the teacher when the child is wrong as hell. So what she was saying is hurtful. We may not like the language, but I think that we should try to get beyond the manner in which she delivered the truth and ask ourselves a hard question in the Black community. Is what she's saying true?
Well, I mean, first, yeah, the language is a little bit much. I was trying to count the F bombs, and I ran out of fingers and toes. It was pretty ridiculous. I don't think I cursed nearly as much when my barber yesterday during my beard trim almost cut my lip off right there. You can see that, Quanell. I did cuss a little bit. Shout out to Tisha over there at the boardroom in Rice
Go
Village.
ahead, Tisha. You cut him again when you see him
I
next
think she
time.
was thinking about killing me. But I didn't curse that much. I mean, there was a lot of cursing, but she was trying to, I think, make a point. I've got a pretty foul tongue myself, so I'm not going to judge her on it. I don't think it added to her soliloquy there. It seems that you took it as her speaking specifically to the Black community, which she could have been, but I think it applies far beyond that. We have a problem, right? I don't agree with you that the problem is standardized testing. In fact, standardized testing is not the norm anymore. In fact, we've listened to 2 decades of people saying, "Oh, standardized testing is racist. We can't have metrics. We can't have examinations because too many African American kids are failing these tests," right? Instead of saying, "Hey, why are they failing?" Right? Well, it's not because they're stupid. It's not because other, Asian kids or white kids are smarter. There's a problem, right? And it's not actually with the test, despite everyone that wants to lie and say it is. It's with the home. It's with the school. And really, it's not really with the teachers, right? For the most part. Now, after 2 decades of it, we have tons of fed up teachers that just stand there and realize that no matter how these kids are acting in their high school classrooms, they're not going to get suspended. They're not going to get expelled because the school district itself wants the kids present to get the money, and presence is more important to them than learning. They want the kids to progress. That's why we have minimized the impact of standardized tests. Where back in the day, if you didn't pass the standardized test, you kept your butt in the 9th, 10th, or 11th, or 12th grade. You didn't graduate. That's not the case in America anymore. In fact, what we're doing instead is we're saying, oh, honors classes are racist because there's too many white and Asian kids that qualify for them. So let's just do away with honors classes. They tried to do away with all advanced math in California Because it was racist. You had some idiot at Stanford saying, the white woman too, it's racist. We got to do away with it because we don't want to see people perform anymore. And we got rid of discipline. Why did we get rid of discipline? Because Obama said discipline's racist, right? Oh, there's too many black boys being punished, right? The real question should be, well, are they offending at a higher rate, like adult criminality? And if they are they being punished fair? And I'm not going to say there wasn't really huge problems with bigotry in school districts in the every time in America, probably before 1975, right? But we have evolved, and now we're just saying, oh, well, you can't discipline that kid because of his race. And that's insane. And it leads to crazy problems. The real question should be equality in America. If a kid, I don't care if he's rich or poor, white or black, if he commits an infraction, he gets the same punishment as the other kid that committed the infraction.
But that's not what was happening, Charles.
Do that crap anymore. And really, if you look at, like here in Houston, if you look at inner city schools in Houston, you talk to teachers, it's a damn war zone. It's a war zone with no consequence, right? And then if a parent comes up there, 9 times out of 10, it's them just being pissed off that there was a consequence for their kids.
But Charles, this is happening in every community in America, Charles.
Can't read. You go to public schools in Chicago, there are public schools where no children read at grade level. And so the argument,
when you say no children, that's a lie.
Capable.
That's a straight up lie, Charles.
No, it's not.
There's no such thing as not a single child reading on grade level in the city of Chicago.
Oh, yes,
Let me tell you how I know you.
I didn't say the city. I said there are schools where no one in the school reads at grade level.
And I disagree with that. That's a lie, Charles.
No kids perform
Charles, that
at
is an
grade
absolute
level.
lie, Charles. I don't believe that there were multiple schools where not a single
maybe you should
child read on grade level, Charles.
Because unlike you, I don't talk out of my ASS, right?
Charles, let me say this. Let me tell you why I know you're not telling the truth.
Children in America,
the Nation
we're
of
not
Islam
disciplining them,
has
and we're not
been in the city of
them.
Chicago almost 85 years, where thousands of Nation of Islam children attend the public school system in Chicago.
Islam,
and I guarantee you, not a single child of the Nation of Islam who attend the public school system in Chicago
let me tell you,
cannot read on grade
I will
level.
credit.
I guarantee you
I
that's
absolutely agree that the family structure mandated by many people that follow your faith, the Nation of Islam, which is a sect that's very different from others.
Brilliant scholarly
family structure. Oh yeah, the family structure, the reliance on education, it leads to much higher the discipline, much higher performing children. I mean, you look at your own family, right? Incredibly performing children, right? Incredibly.
And that was all because of what I
them,
learned
right?
in the Nation of Islam.
Well, no, and that's so I agree, but that's the same math for Asian families. See, like the racist wants to say, and it's the new crazy illiberal racist, right? Oh, black kids they just can't do it. They can't keep up. They can't. It's
and
the
then
same
the same
nonsense.
liberal white people
and
that
that's
built the welfare
insane because they can. And the problem is they don't want to address the why. And the why isn't because black people are stupid. They're not stupid. Every race of people is just as smart as any other race of people, right? The question is why? Why are they performing so poorly on time? And it's little things. And if you look, let's talk. You talked about Islam. Let's talk about one of my favorite subjects because it's just been $8,000 to go see her in September. Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton has made it her mission as a lifetime. If you do a little examination in how many books she has purchased and sent to children, hundreds of millions of books. It's a crazy number. But it's true, right? If you want a book for your child, Dolly Parton's Foundation will give them just tons of books, right? Because why? Because parents reading with their children and making their children read is how kids succeed, right? And unfortunately, we're probably downstream from forced illiteracy 200, 300, 400 years ago, that we don't see that enough in the African-American community. In the nation, you do, right? And that's why your kids are now many, 3 of them are adults, are very high performing, 2 of them professionals, right? But there are lots of black kids that are not exposed to reading. And now with these damn things, there's lots of kids. There are kids graduating from high school that have never read a damn book. And that's what needs to change.
That disease of ignorance
has affected this present generation like no other generation before. And I'm gonna tell you, COVID.
I don't think it's fair to condemn the whole generation.
I'm not
Tons of
condemning the
brilliant
whole,
people in
but
the
I'm telling you,
generation.
this generation is totally different. Ever since COVID, they didn't want to go back to school. Ever since COVID, they don't want to go to class anymore. They feel entitled. They feel like you owe them something. And guess what? If you correct them when they're wrong, they think they got a right to fight you in public. Charles, this present generation may go down as the most unlearned generation academically in the last 50 years in America, man, because COVID did great damage to our children, brother, with them having that remote learning and teachers not even teaching. And I'm gonna tell you something else, Charles. We ask teachers to do so much and don't even want to pay teachers a living wage. It should be a crime. It should be a crime.
Chicago and New York,
Just
teachers
how much
make
they
a
make,
whole bunch
Charles.
of money, and the unions
Charles,
protect them from
that's
not
Chicago.
achieving any metrics.
The overwhelming majority of teachers in America don't even make a living wage, Charles. You got in California, you got teachers who are teachers full-time,
Well,
homeless,
hey, hold on.
sleeping in their
Hold
cars
on. In
because they can't
California,
pay rent.
most people don't make a living wage because the cost of living is so insane there. But like you're blaming this younger generation, and I don't think it's true. I think we have seen it with multiple generations in post-COVID.
These
YN,
these young YN.
I understand you have some crazy criminal, but we have adults that just act wrong. And let's talk about multiculturalism, because I had a great Houston multicultural moment, right? So yesterday I'm sitting in the lobby of the Kirby car wash where I get my car washed. I don't even know the name of the business, and I'm sitting there, and it's an Arabic guy, right? A black guy, a Latino guy that I think was gay because he seemed gay, and me. And we're all sitting there, right? Three of us quietly. The black guy had said something to me about my watch. We're having a real nice conversation about watches. But the Arabic guy is on a speakerphone screaming into it like he's just the stupidest guy in the world and doesn't care, right? Until the point where the gay Latino guy said something to him about it being rude. And of course, the Arabic guy was rude. And then me and the black guy and the Latino guy all kind of said, hey, you're being an inconsiderate, rude buffoon. And of course, I think I was the most aggressive about it, but I didn't start it. But I mean, it's not race driven, right? You had three guys of completely different races having a problem with an inconsiderate guy who's probably my age, right? But we've just had a death in etiquette. So it's not racial. It's some of it's cultural, I believe. But we've had in America a death of etiquette, a death of consequences, a death of discipline. We had yet another guy do something horrible to a woman, and it turns out he's been arrested 72 times and only done 900 days in jail about violent arrest, right? Setting people on fire. It's insane. We need to return to bad, victimizing people going to jail.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
There you go. How was it, baby?
That was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it was good closure for me and for
Yeah.
him, and like hopefully we can be friends in the future.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be happy.
Now we can worry about our future. I love you, baby.
Love you.
I'm so excited.
Can I get McDonald's?
Of course.
In this round, here's Quanell X
Charles, I'm going to say it, and I know you're not going to like it, but I'm going to say it. Man, where do y'all find these white boys? That's got to be the softest white boy, weaker than wet bread. He's finna get married to this woman, but she wants him to drive her to her ex-boyfriend's house so she can have closure. And he's sitting in the car while she in the yard, hugged up with her ex-boyfriend, then gets in the car crying and asks him, can we go to McDonald's? And he says, of course, honey, I'm super excited. Where the hell y'all find these white boys from? This is pathetic. This is
you know what I love? I love
Ain't no
when
way
the
in the
fact that you can
hell
make
my
everything
woman
racial.
would have told me to take her to her ex-boyfriend's house. I'd have left her ass right there in the front yard.
Okay. Well, what
That's
I
something
do
you
love,
probably would have did though.
I love
Yeah.
about America that it's okay to be racial and speak holistically about demographics as long as you're talking about white folk. Like you can say all kind of you can make all kind of pejorative comments. It's okay. But does your math apply to black people too? Like, are there things you can say about black people holistically like that?
If a black man had been on camera doing what that white guy was just doing, he couldn't come back to the hood. His
So when
ghetto
a black
pass would
man,
have been revoked.
when a black
In
man,
fact,
I
the
don't know,
brothers would have
when
whooped him
I
as
don't
soon
know,
as they laid eyes
stabs
on
a
him.
woman in the throat and kills her for doing nothing on a train, or lights a
Now,
woman
that
on
ain't got a
fire
damn
and
thing to
burns
do with
her
what we
half to
talking
death?
about right here.
Can
We
we
talking
apply
about this
that to
crazy
all
white
black
dude
people? I
who
don't
took
think
this
so.
woman to her ex-man's house. She hugged up in the front yard, didn't get in the car crying.
You know, maybe he's just
Can we go to McDonald's?
emotionally, you know, maybe he's emotionally aware. Maybe he's confident in her affection for him, and he just wants her to have the sense of closure she feels. That maybe he's just no. I'm kidding. I absolutely agree. It was just stupid. It was weird. It was kind of creepy. You know, I kind of hope that it was just one of those videos made for the purpose of virality to get some attention online. Because yes, if you are getting married the next day, taking your fiance to her ex-boyfriend where she comes back to the car sobbing and heartbroken over him, it does not sound like you should be marrying her, right? It sounds like he is, I don't know, you know, but I don't think it's his whiteness that is the issue, Quanell, and that's
He's
of
a
course
limp noodle.
okay.
He's weaker than wet bread. He's a limp noodle. He's a
What?
simp.
Okay,
A pathetic excuse of a man.
but do you think that's tied to his race, Quanell?
Oh yeah, that's them sheltered, raised white boys whose
You don't
father
think there's
he
you don't
probably
think there's
be
black
hugging with his
simps,
daddy and
as you call
saving
them?
the whales and trying
You
to
don't think
save
there's
the peacocks
emotionally
out the
aware?
plane wearing fur coats. He sounded more of a woman than what she was. Man, let me tell you, had that have been me,
Why are
I
you
wish my woman
gendering
would.
it? You don't.
I
So
wish my woman would. I
you
wish
know,
one of my sons, if one of my sons did that, I'd show up at the front door with a belt. And I'd say, you know what? Obviously, I didn't do this enough when you was growing up. I'd spank him too. Now, here
don't
you go
you
to
think
an
America
ex-boy.
would be better off if more people were as emotionally mature as this guy and is is secure in both his relationships and his. I mean, you're making a face. I mean, you've been how many times you've been divorced, Quanell?
So,
I mean, maybe you're doing it wrong. Maybe
you
you're
damn
doing
right
it
I'm doing it
wrong.
wrong, homie. Because I tell you what, if your
I
wife
mean,
came home, if
maybe
your
this
wife
guy's
came home,
doing it right, and
if
it
your
has
wife
nothing to
came
do with
home
him doing
and
it
said
right.
to you,
He's just doing it
Charles,
right.
if your wife came home and started crying to you, saying, you know what, I just realized I need closure with my ex-boyfriend before I married you. Can you take me by his house so I can meet with him and get closure?
Oh.
This is how I became the most productive version of myself. Before, I used to scramble through meetings, half listening while frantically typing notes, missing key points, and spending hours trying to remember what was said. But now my productivity has skyrocketed thanks to Otter AI. This AI system automatically joins my meetings, transcribes every word in real time, and organizes them into clear, searchable notes. It even highlights action items and creates a quick summary for me so I can stay fully present and still have perfect records afterward. I'm getting back an hour every day, and I'm getting so much more done. Try today and take back control of your time. Trust me, you'll wonder how you ever manage meetings without it.
The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back? You've got some nerve showing up with your all-beef patties, grilled peppers, and jalapeno ranch. Oh, we just missed you, that's all. The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back. Download the app. What a burger!
Absolutely not.
She might get that Fillmore Slim Bishop Don Juan backhand.
Well, she wouldn't get that from me. I mean, I'm not one to smack a woman. I think the very suggestion is disgusting, but I would not be supportive of it. I would be like, what are you talking about, right? You're insane. And then people
Is
time
that what you
into the
say? What are you
relationship.
talking about? I know what I'd say. I'd say, bitch, you crazy. Have you lost your ever love damn
Well,
mind?
and maybe that's why you've been divorced 3 times, Cornell. Maybe you should learn to get in touch with your emotions and have constructive conversations with your female partners, and maybe you'll have longer relationships.
Why she crying in my house or in my car saying she need clothes with another man, then tell me to take her to McDonald's? She would have got a Big Mac with no cheese, no mayonnaise, no damn bread. I wouldn't even bought her no fries.
Okay, firstly, I don't think a Big Mac without any bread is actually a Big Mac, right? If you look at
I told him just
the
send me one piece of
construction
meat.
of a Big Mac, I think you need multiple patties and multiple buns, right?
And did you hear him? I'm super excited. Okay, honey, sure.
Because he's probably happy. He's probably in love with her. He's, I mean,
my grandmama told me, ain't no love if it ain't no love good if it ain't good to you.
Okay, well,
And
I mean, it sounds
the
like
way
he was
she was
really-
crying, the way she was crying, she's in love with the one in the front yard.
Like I mean,
He
are
loved the
you
one
even buying anyone McDonald's right now? When's the last time you bought a woman McDonald's? Your kids don't count.
My daughter shake me down for McDonald's all the time.
I'm not. Your kids don't count. I'm
She's
talking
a
about
12-year-old
a
shakedown
female
artist.
partner.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about a female partner or
My
male partner. I'm
McDonald's-
not judging you, Quanell. Whatever
Well,
you got going on.
Let me be honest with you.
Then
I
tell the
wouldn't- I
white
wouldn't-
girl
I
too.
would
Tell the
not.
world, why don't you be honest with America in your affection for the Caucasian women? You hate the white people,
No.
but
Let me say this too.
when's the last time you took a white woman to McDonald's?
It is. I've never taken a white woman to McDonald's, but it's amazing how you always want to push the white woman off on me. And let me say this:
I mean, I'm married to a white woman.
White women are beautiful. They're beautiful, but women have that fetish for black men. Most white women want to have that African experience. Most white
how
women,
do you hate white
most
people and
white
love white women, Quanell?
No, most white
How
women
do you
have
hate
that
white people and
secret
love white women?
fantasy of having that rendezvous
Well,
with a
how
brother.
do you hate white people and love? Why don't you take
know.
white women to McDonald's?
I don't hate.
You can't. I mean, what?
I believe
you
in
can
telling
date
the
them, but you
truth.
can't get.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before Christmas. Guess who won?
My dad can't lose weight with Tai Chi, so it's a scam.
Oh, no, he probably just doing it wrong. Most men do Tai Chi wrong, and that's exactly why they can't lose weight. How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
What happens if my husband starts Tai Chi tomorrow morning and follows it for 28 days?
You won't believe his results by the end of the month. This is how Tai Chi workouts work.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
He can start small, that's fine. This program is designed specifically for beginner men age 40 to 60 plus.
Isn't a gym better?
Gym doesn't work after 40. Do Tai Chi to live longer, healthier, and happier.
Any equipment required?
No, body is enough to build a strong physique and a clear mind.
How to start?
Just get the app and start tomorrow.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app and follow along.
What is an SOP? So here's a misconception. A lot of people think an SOP is just a boring manual that nobody ever reads, but that's not true at all. SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure. It's basically the playbook for how work gets done. And SOPs are used in every industry: accounting, HR, IT, ops, you name it. They keep processes consistent, help train new people faster, and they reduce mistakes. Without them, everyone's just doing things their own way. So here's the problem. Creating SOPs the old way is painful. You are typing every instruction, screenshotting every step, formatting it all manually. No wonder people avoid them. So that's where Scribe comes in. With Scribe, you just hit record. You do the process once and it instantly creates a step-by-step guide with screenshots and text. So instead of hours building documents that nobody wants to read, you create clear visual SOPs in minutes that people will actually use. SOPs are all about consistency, training, and saving time. And Scribe makes them so simple, it's almost automatic. So if you want to stop dreading SOPs and start building them the smart way, try Scribe for free today.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Well, guys, biggest story in sports today. Lane Kiffin is leaving Ole Miss for LSU, and that is him getting booed.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
Charles, the sports world and the college football world are all talking about Ole Miss's head coach Lane Kiffin deciding to leave the program in the midst of a historic playoff run to become the head coach at LSU. Many are angry, they're upset, they're outraged. This conversation has been going on for weeks now about LSU preparing to offer the job to Lane Kiffin. And I understand that some within the administration of Ole Miss, in particular, the athletic director, wanted direct answers from Lane Kiffin soon about if he would stay or if he would move to LSU. Now he has chosen to move to LSU. He's going to take key members of his staff with him. And these were the guys who helped him build this winning program at Ole Miss that they've not had in decades. They're in the midst of a historic run that has not been done in my lifetime. They are in place, in position, in prime position to possibly win the national championship. Now Lane Kiffin has booted from the program and he's going to LSU. It is my understanding, according to what Lane Kiffin said to a reporter, was that he asked, could he remain with Ole Miss and finish coaching out this playoff run? And the AD told him no. What hurts me about this is Lane Kiffin should have did better by his players, his athletes. The AD should have did better by the players, the athletes of that football team. They were never consulted by the athletic director in a meeting. He should have met with those players and said, look, your coach has informed me that he's leaving and he's going to take the job at LSU. But he's asked me, can he stay and coach you all throughout this process? Before I make that decision, you're the guys that's on the field playing through injuries. You're the guys that made sacrifices to come here. You're the guys that took a chance on this program and Lane Kiffin. You should have a say in this, not just me on my own. But the athletic director, I believe his ego got bruised and he got offended. He told Lane Kiffin no. Now, who suffers the most? Lane Kiffin gets a $5 million bonus going to LSU. Who suffers the most? The boys on that football team, those players who through blood, sweat, and tears have sacrificed to make that program what it has not been in decades. Nobody thought about the players in this process, and that's what upsets me.
I think this is, I think if you look at Lane's career as a whole, I don't think anyone should be surprised, right? He has a history of bouncing around. He had some strange history at USC, quit after a year at Tennessee. When he was the OC, the offensive coordinator at Alabama, he left kind of abruptly because of Saban's
He was
thoughts
fired.
Right. So we have all these concerns. Clearly a very good coach, right? What he's achieved this year, 11-1 for Ole Miss, a school that doesn't have the endowment, the national fan base, and there are things that Ole Miss doesn't have that he achieved, especially in this very money-centric era of college football, that has returned some fairness to compensating players, which I support. What I don't support is how contracts don't seem to matter and ethics are completely out the window. At first I was very aggravated with Lane, and let me be honest, I went to LSU. I'm an LSU fan. I don't watch LSU football much because I almost went to jail at the Cotton Bowl against UT back in the early 2000s while I was a young lawyer. I get too into it, right? I'm a big fan of LSU football, but I'm not a fan of this move, even if it's a winning move for the school, because I think that LSU could have waited. I think they wanted some certainty. Obviously, they fired their coach midstream this year because he just wasn't performing despite a huge budget to recruit players. He just wasn't a good coach. I've always felt that way.
Well, he couldn't relate to the people of Texas and Louisiana. LSU's #1 recruiting area is Louisiana, Texas.
Right.
But when you brought in Mr. Kelly, Brian Kelly was from Notre Dame, up on the East Coast. He Midwest area. He didn't know how to relate to players down south like that. And many people upset when he finally came to LSU. He had to fake a Southern accent to introduce
Well, he
himself.
couldn't build a team.
Exactly.
He was no Nick Saban.
Didn't have the recruiting like
right. Recruiting is key. Now, of course, recruiting with money is key. And obviously we see, like with the University of Texas, you can spend all the money in the world and maybe not get the results that you wanted.
That's a whole other discussion.
But that's a whole nother discussion. But what bothers me the most is, and it's something like when we talk about trans women competing against women and we discount young adults and youth and the need for fairness and competition and success. And I don't want to open that can of worms here, but you have these kids that have given more than people who have never really competed for anything in their life, whether academic or athletic. I'm not saying it's all about the warrior or the battlefield.
Athletic director not consider that.
Put all this work in, a lifetime of work to be the best that they can, to be 11-1 at the
Historic
SEC.
run.
And I'll make this clear. I would like to say this to Matt Horn, our producer, director, Ohio State fan. The SEC being the only real conference in college football. And then, we have a guy that built a team that is competing against the great teams, right? And these kids, many of them from rural Deep South, many of them tasting the success and looking at the pathway. And then when they're almost at the finish line,
boot to another program.
They just get.
You take the money and run. The $5 million
but you don't
bonus.
get the championship, and the third string guy doesn't get the ring. Doesn't get the. It's
let me
disgusting,
say this, Charles.
especially
they
with
always
A&M
knock the kids for taking the money and running.
Oh no, I'm not.
But
knocking
before
kids.
the kids and NIL were taking the money and running, these coaches were taking the
absolutely.
money and running.
Absolutely.
And what this says now is you can't ask players to be loyal to programs when you see coaches do what Mr. Kiffin has done. What Lane Kiffin has done, I know that they offer you $5 million, brother. But Lane should have said, wait a minute. Ole Miss took a chance on me when my reputation was at the bottom of the barrel.
Exactly.
Because I was known for giving up on programs and booting off of programs to get a better opportunity.
Right.
Ole Miss took a chance on me. And the results of that chance now is we're in a historic run. We possibly can win the national championship out of respect for their taking a chance on me.
Tell
and the risk
LSU to
on
wait.
me. LSU has to wait. And let me finish this run with these kids. And I'll tell LSU I'll take the job after that, but not before.
Right, and that's
I
what's-
believe that Lane
exactly.
Kiffin should have did that. And he had the influence and he had the strength to do it.
Right.
To say, hey,
LSU wanted him.
I'll take the job, but you're going to have to wait until I finish this historic run.
Yeah.
I'm not going to abandon these kids like that. And now what I'm afraid is going to happen.
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
Quick.
Affordable.
Easy to use. It'll take you 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. And your order's on the way.
It's like a box with a cape that shows up in your mailbox.
1-800-CONTACTS.
Right now, you can save 20% on your first order, plus fast free shipping right to your door.
How many kids is Lane Kiffin going to take from Ole Miss to LSU with him? Because one, they know the system.
Well, we see this happen
They
all
know
the time now.
routines. They know the coaches. So he don't have to recreate a whole new system at LSU. Just poaching the program where you at. Take the best talent you got there with you. Give them pay raises while you're going to LSU because you got one. And now you're going to leave the Ole Miss program in shambles to enrich an even richer program. You can't talk about loyalty with players when coaches do things like this. I'm sorry.
The real question is,
Kiffin's a great coach. He's a great coach.
He's a good coach.
He can coach his behind off.
He's a good OC.
But Lane Kiffin should have said, remember, Ole Miss took a chance on me. When Saban fired me, USC let me go. I had a bad reputation at Tennessee. I didn't break the bank and do that very well at FAU. He should have said, wait a minute. Loyalty and giving me back my credibility is more than a $5 million bonus in December. I would have to take that in January.
Well, it's not even about, look, how much money do you need? Yes, LSU, what is it, a 7-year, $90 million, making $9 million a year or something?
I think it's like 12 a year.
But I thought I saw 9, but who knows? And a huge set aside for NIL money to get players. But he was making $6 million a year at Ole Miss. Like, how much money do you need to live your best life? And then what does it go down? He had a chance at a natty. How is that natty not more important? How are those kids not more important? How is those memories, the emotions? Why are we in America platforming money over emotional experiences
and Charles,
every damn day and every damn place?
It was wrong for the athletes on that team of Ole Miss and their parents to find out from the media that he was leaving. It was wrong for them to wake up in the morning, turn on SportsCenter, turn on TV, and you see this man getting on the plane and he's leaving town. That is cold-blooded. That should have been handled better.
Well, the athletic director of Ole Miss is also partially to blame. He should have let Kiffin finish the season.
His ego got in the way.
But a bunch of schmucks.
One power play left if he really wants to be dramatic about getting Texas into the playoff. You saw last night his WWE-style promo on ESPN about how it'd be a disservice to the sport if his 9-3 Longhorns are left out because one of those losses was at Ohio State. But do you realize next year they're also scheduled to play Ohio State out of conference? If that game can only hurt their playoff chances, he should threaten to immediately cancel this Ohio State non-conference game if the committee leaves him out. And he'd have a pretty compelling case. As great as that game would be for fans, why should he do it? They're going to have 5 ranked opponents in the SEC anyway, so they'll have a strong enough schedule. If they go 10-2, they get in the playoff, and he could look right in the camera like he did last night and say, hey, committee, hey, fans, do you all still want a competitive non-conference schedule? Because what the committee's doing right now is not encouraging teams to schedule challenging non-conference opponents. Even 2027, it's Michigan. 28, it's Notre Dame. Why even schedule these if there's really no benefit and these can really only hurt you? Texas will have enough of a challenge in their SEC schedule. There's no point to have these. I think Sark should be dramatic and threaten to go live and call Ohio State on a live stream right after the rankings are revealed and Texas is left out and threaten to cancel that game. Now, they're 16th and they have 3 losses. Honestly, I don't think they should get into this point, but if Sark wants to be dramatic, he should threaten to cancel next year's Ohio State.
In this round.
With Upwork, it's free to post a job and fast to find top freelance talent. Upwork's AI helps match you with the perfect person for your project.
Get a match, get moving. Upwork.
Icon has the tools pros trust. From wrenches and ratchets to storage solutions, diagnostic tools, and more. So your shop stays equipped with state-of-the-art tools built to tackle tough jobs. Each hand tool is rigorously tested and backed with a lifetime warranty. Stop by your local Harbor Freight today and take on any challenge with confidence. Icon. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value. Only at Harbor Freight.
Here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
All right, we're continuing with the football theme because apparently during break we had to call an audible, as they would call, because Matt Horn, our Ohio born and raised producer, wanted apparently to weasel in and somehow talk about the fearfulness, the greatness of the Ohio State University's football program, which of course is an absolute joke. I remember when LSU beat them for the national championship just a few years back. But, they are making a good point. we just saw yet again. I went to LSU, so let me disclose. I grew up in Austin. My parents went to UT. My son just graduated from the law school about 2 years ago there in Austin. So I do like UT, although I did not attend. I'm not surprised that they beat A&M. A&M hadn't beat them in a long dang time, and they got a hell of a program down there.
And A&M was favored. They were favored,
and just by 2.5 points. But look, I think that UT has an incredible case for making the college playoffs if you ignore the fact that they got beat by 3-8 Florida.
I disagree.
But you got to ignore the Florida loss. If you include the Florida loss,
they have 3 losses.
They got 3 losses.
They have 3
It's about
losses.
wins and losses.
And so remember now, this guy was speaking about, quote unquote, TikToker podcaster with a TikToker, was saying that perhaps Sark should flex his muscle with the NCAA football selection committee. Well, be careful doing that, because remember, every school schedules an out-of-conference big-time game often to strengthen themselves with the football selection committee. You with me? Because Georgia does it, LSU, Alabama does it. So now if you don't do it, you decide to cancel that game, the selection committee can say, well, you know what, when we look at strength of schedule at the end of the year and how we want to rank the teams, they can hold that against UT also. They've held it against others, saying, you know what, because of strength of schedule, they have a better winning record, but because of strength of schedule, we're keeping them out of we're not going to select them. They won't be in the playoff, and we're going to put a team in with more losses than that team.
That makes sense. I mean, if you're playing basically the equivalent
Texas
of
has
the
to be
G
careful
League
with that.
I mean, think about it. Think about there's all these schools
like possibly Tulane making the
playoff.
playoff.
That can go undefeated, playing a bunch of other nominal schools that are all D1 that just aren't. They don't at all compare.
They're not Power 5 schools.
Right. I mean, they don't compare to the grind of the SEC. My argument for not putting UT in is the Florida loss, right? Now, and I mean, we've seen this evolution of Arch Manning, and I think he's had a good season. I think he gets a lot of unfair criticism.
A good season.
He's been decent. He just hasn't been phenomenal. Right?
He has not been the transcending force that many projected him to be. He has not been the Heisman candidate that many projected him to be.
He's still a
and
kid.
they were wrong.
They
were wrong for doing that, because the kid had never accomplished anything on that level to even be classified as possibly being a Heisman candidate.
Well, even in high school, he wasn't playing 5A, 6A.
He wasn't playing the Texas level of competition, the Georgia level of
that's
competition.
People want to. We seem to be in love with the concept of aristocracy now. You see,
no doubt about it.
Nancy Pelosi's
we crowned it because of family lineage.
We see all these people that we think because their parents were great, or their parents were politicians, or their parents were this or that. All of a sudden, in America, of course, was built on the rejection of the aristocracy, right? And hey, if you have this Puritan work ethic, you can come here, you can build a life, you can make it in America. And obviously, a lot of the money Manning's getting, I think I saw the school pays him $2.5, $3 million a year that he's looking at. He's probably making another 6 or 7 in private deals. This guy is making millions and millions of dollars
the Ohio
based
State
on his name, and he's
loss,
just not that good.
The Ohio State loss is really not what's hurting him, because the committee will say he lost to Ohio State, but that's the one program in the country right now.
No, it's not.
They're undefeated.
Trash school.
No, far as winning right now, winning.
They're
right now, they're
teams.
undefeated.
They're not playing real teams.
Right
they
now,
beat Michigan.
Right
Who
now,
cares?
they're undefeated, and they're still at the top of college football right now, as far as the ranking selection committee.
Trash team.
So that's not hurting him. What's hurting him, Sarker, we got to be honest there, brother. You lost to Florida.
Right. That's
a program.
A program not having a good year. Not Steve Spurrier, Florida.
Fired their head coach in the middle of the season. Right. You played a program that's at the bottom of the barrel, and you lost to them. And then also, Sark, what you got to say is, you even played a few other schools extremely close that never should have been close.
Right.
So, Sark, let's not look at the one Ohio State loss and say now the committee should put us in because, we've only lost 3, but have we not lost that one? No, Sark. They're looking at your whole schedule, my friend.
So you think, and personally, I think and I don't think it'll come down to it, but if the choice was A&M or UT, I think it's A&M all day.
It's got to be A&M.
It's got to be an A&M.
It's got to be A&M.
You get to you win that many games.
It's got to be an A&M.
You're undefeated.
They lost one game.
Right, and it lost
one game.
Lost it away. Lost it in Austin.
Right.
An incredibly hostile environment. A historic game.
To a top 20 team.
Right.
And like you said, it was an away game,
Right.
and they've only lost one. You can't put them in. But see, here's the real
But
question.
here's the contravening argument for UT. UT's beat a number 8 and a number 3. Who's done that?
But let me ask you
A&M
this.
ain't done it.
Let me ask you this. Do they get in before A&M? You say no, right?
I mean, I don't
Do they
think
get in
should,
before
but
Georgia?
Maybe.
Do they get
No,
in
of
before
course not.
Georgia?
Of course
So
not.
think about they not getting in before Georgia and A&M.
Yeah.
You with me?
Yeah, I mean,
who you going to
here's
remove?
the thing. The SEC champion is always the real champion. And this is gonna upset some Ohio State, Michigan, Pierce nonsense.
What about Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt, come on.
Wait a minute.
Come on, those.
Wait a minute.
Vanderbilt.
But wait a
I mean,
minute.
like Vanderbilt, just a bunch of.
But
they
look
just,
at what they've
little
done.
Red school bought some
But
players.
look at what they've done.
I don't want to hear
and
it.
they beat some top tier
I know,
programs,
okay,
and they're in the
very
SEC,
real. Here's the
and they got
thing.
that same win record as Texas.
The only reason Ohio State and Michigan ever pop off in this new playoff is because they haven't been getting beat up all season. They've been playing Nancy schools, Nancy
No doubt.
programs.
Is Notre Dame different?
I don't
With
know.
that independent schedule?
That's nonsense.
Is there really?
Nonsense.
Is there any different?
Really, the SEC champion is actually the champion every single year.
Well, it
because
used
they're
to be that
playing
way.
NFL, and it's still that way.
No, when Michigan won just 2 years ago.
Yeah, because they weren't getting beat up all
Think
year.
about
They're
that.
fresh. They had fresh
Now,
legs.
I'm going to be honest with you. In the last 3-4 years, the SEC has not been historically what it was under Saban.
No,
when
I
Saban
disagree.
was at the top of the
I
crown.
disagree.
Look at Georgia. Georgia doesn't even look like the same program it looked like 3 years ago. So NIL has brought parity to a lot of those programs. And will we even still have the historic powerhouses
Clemson fell off a cliff.
with NIL? Clemson took a nosedive,
Right.
but that's NIL.
I know.
And then remember, this is something Texas has to say. Sark, look at your budget for your program and your players and compare your budget to other programs
Right.
that are being let into
not
the
anywhere-
playoffs.
It's not even close to being fair.
Other coaches.
Weekend. We encourage you, please stay informed. Follow directions from law enforcement. Please avoid confrontations and help keep the focus on peaceful expression. And we remain committed to listening to our community concerns and continuing dialogue around trust, safety, and accountability. With that, I will turn it over to National Guard Major General Mankey.
Hey, thanks, Commissioner. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Major General Mankey. I'm the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. I have the distinct pleasure of commanding and serving alongside nearly 13,000 soldiers and airmen of your Minnesota National Guard, who come from more than 800 communities in the state of Minnesota. I hope you know some of us. They are your neighbors, your coworkers, your teachers, your construction workers, your first responders. Many of us are students, but most importantly, we are all Minnesotans. We live here, we work here, and we serve here. Today, under the direction of the governor, we are mobilizing elements of our National Guard to support local law enforcement and emergency management agencies to protect life and property, ensure the safety of Minnesota. We are a planning organization and that prioritizes partnerships. Many of the partners you see up here today, we are partnered with, and we remain partnered with them and work with them through the planning process to ensure that we are always ready and always there.
With that, folks, we will take some questions. As a reminder, as I had said earlier, please, as you introduce your first question, introduce yourself and the media organization you're with. That will open it up.
I'm sure Rich Reed from Channel 5. I was wondering if I could ask, is there a specific plan to keep Cedar Riverside safe at this point?
Yeah, thank you for the question about keeping Cedar Riverside safe. We have been continuing to work with our local law enforcement agencies, including the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and their partner agencies. We also have, as you can see around us, state law enforcement agencies that are working with our local partners and are available. We have done a significant amount of planning with those law enforcement agencies so that we are prepared in the event that anything happens that would be needed additional resources. But that planning is being done. We are confident that the city of Minneapolis and our teams have plans in place to help, again, keep the public safe, which is why we are all here today. I will say that the city of Minneapolis will have certainly the a large complement of police officers. Visibility is one piece of being available and ready to protect the peace in that area. What I would recommend and suggest that if people are concerned for safety, to make sure and locate a police officer that may be available and needed, but we should have plenty of people that are out there. Some will be visible, some will not, but we are prepared to address any safety issues that may come up.
Commissioner Connor White with WCCO. Do you have any anticipation on the kinds of numbers that will be involved on the side of people coming in to Cedar Riverside in that area tomorrow?
Question was on the numbers of people that may be present in the Cedar Riverside area. We don't have estimates right now that I would be able to give you on the number of people that are coming in. What I would point out is that we have had demonstrations over the last week and a half that have occurred, some without necessarily any warning that they were going to occur. So what we have in place is our contingencies for no matter what the size of that crowd that may be available or may be present in the Cedar Riverside area. We are confident that we have the staffing, the personnel available to do that. And just as a note, we are here also as a state resource. If things may happen in another community, it may not be Minneapolis, it could be someplace else. We are prepared and ready to respond to support our local law enforcement agencies should they see a need.
This does seem to be the first time that there are two different planned protests where they would be at odds with one another. And there's a possibility of clashes between civilians as opposed to what we have seen between civilians and various forms of law enforcement. Any nerves on your end about this mixture?
I'll bring it back to, again, our primary concern is the safety of everyone that will be present that day. What I would, again, call on those who may decide to attend any demonstrations or gatherings in the city of Minneapolis or anywhere, please remain calm, be peaceful, exercise your right to voice your opinions, but avoid confrontations, violence, or any property damage. We know that there may be several people that are there, but I'm counting on Minnesotans. I'm counting on those who are going to be in attendance at those locations to keep the peace, to show others that Minnesota is a safe place where people can demonstrate, can share their opinions and their voices without having any violence.
You got any message to folks who live in that neighborhood, people who might not be involved in these two events?
What I will say is that as a father and a grandfather, I have 5 children, all married. I have 11 grandchildren. One of my sons lives in the city of Minneapolis along with his wife. Whether it be in the city of Minneapolis, whether it be anywhere else across the state of Minnesota, our pledge is to make sure that we are doing everything we possibly can to work with your local law enforcement agencies, public safety agencies, to keep everyone safe. That is our mandate. That is our mission at the Department of Public Safety and along with our other agencies that are here today. For those that are in the Cedar Riverside area, again, I would just ask for peaceful demonstrations. If you see something that you think is dangerous, certainly report that. But we will have, again, a good footprint of staff that will be available in that area. And we're just calling for peace, because it is important to all of us up here as we are working together to support Minnesotans and their ability to exercise their First Amendment rights. We want to be there to be helpful. We want to be there to keep the peace. And again, let's be Minnesotans. Let's be those who want to do this the right way, to demonstrate, to share your opinions, to share your values, to share your thoughts, but to do it in a way that doesn't incite violence, that doesn't bring any more harm. And we have seen enough of that. I don't want to see any more.
I'd like to ask the Major General question, if that would be okay.
Sure.
Activated, does that mean we're going to see National Guard personnel on the ground in that neighborhood tomorrow?
Yeah, Hazel, thanks for the question. I don't know if you'll see National Guard in the neighborhoods or not. I guess it's going to depend on what the needs are. We are a support element to local law enforcement as well as the state. And routinely and thankfully, we use state resources and other local law enforcement resources first. So I can't tell you if you will or not. I will tell you that our soldiers have gone through a bunch of training, and they are ready, and that they will be there if needed.
Those guys stand by. I'm sorry. So they're on standby right now? Or
Yeah, they're mobilized and they're brought in and they're operating out of various locations so that they are prepared, ready to go. So, they are not at home. They're at a location, so their response time could be quicker than if it was a cold call if they were at home.
Has status activation actually changed since the last time we heard Governor Walz?
It has not, and the executive order was written. We have the latitude to do this for a while, so our status hasn't changed. Like I said, we have soldiers on now. We can bring soldiers to a higher state of readiness, a higher threshold of response to reduce the risk if needed, and then we can send soldiers home and reduce that rate of response if needed, all in conjunction with the Commissioner of Public Safety and our local law enforcement agencies.
We'll take one more, Joe McCoy from Idaho here. Do you have any comment on President Trump potentially invoking the Insurrection Act? Just your thoughts on it?
Yeah. I don't really have a comment on that. Obviously, we're monitoring the situation. We're trying to keep the calm here in Minnesota with the resources that we have. We serve in two functions. We serve in a Title 32 capacity where the governor is the commander in chief, and that's what we're doing here today. And we also serve in a capacity in a Title 10 where the president is a commander in chief. And we routinely serve in both of those capacities all the time. As a matter of fact, we have hundreds of service members deployed right now, not in Minnesota in a Title 10 capacity. And if we're ordered to do something and it's a lawful order, we will do those to the best of our ability.
I'd like to ask the Commissioner one last quick question. I'm sorry, this is about earlier in the week. On Wednesday, we saw the BCA at the scene of that shooting situation. I'm wondering if you're aware if BCA is going to be able to take part in that investigation, unlike the earlier one the week before.
So this is a question regarding the shooting from Wednesday. Our Force Investigation Unit from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is doing that investigation, and as their usual protocol, they'll be getting out some information in the next few days on that incident. I don't have anything else to share, but as Minnesotans know, the BCA has a Force Investigation Unit where their primary work is to investigate officer-involved shootings. They are very good at what they do. They are very professional. They have a process and a protocol that they will follow, and they're following that process and protocol in this incident.
Is there anything of that shooting that the public hasn't seen?
Thank you, guys. Yep, thank you.
Any footage?
I think there's a way to know how many National Guard folks might be right.
This is how I became the most productive version of myself. Before, I used to scramble through meetings, half listening while frantically typing notes, missing key points, and spending hours trying to remember what was said. But now my productivity has skyrocketed thanks to Otter AI. This AI system automatically joins my meetings,
For today's face-off on Fox Soul, challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Mark, what's the pin?
For Renee Nicole Good, who was murdered. We have a vice president who's lying about what's happening. We have we're in the middle of a war with Venezuela that we illegally invaded. He's telling the world that international law doesn't matter to him. The only thing that matters to him is his own morality. But the guy is a convicted felon or convicted rapist. He's a pedophile. He's the worst human being. If we're relying on this guy's morality most powerful country in the world, then we're all in a lot of trouble. So this is for her. This is for the people in the United States who are terrorized and scared today. I know I'm one of them. I love this country. And what I'm seeing here happening is not America. It's just not.
Mark, why do you feel that this platform is still useful to spread a message like this?
Listen, I want to pretend like this. I want to be here to celebrate, and I am here to celebrate, and I'm proud to have a Golden Globe nomination. But also, this is not normal anymore. And so I don't know how I could be quiet, and I'm feeling a little sick, so it's hard to BS right now. So
in this round, here's Charles Big Angry Adams.
That's interesting what Mark Ruffalo picked and chose to talk about. No mention of the deaths in Iran this weekend at the hands of the evil Ayatollah Khomeini. It's interesting that he referred to. And let me say, big fan of Mark Ruffalo. I think he's a very charming guy. I think he usually just plays himself on screen, but he does an exceptional job. And I just have a hard time swallowing when very wealthy people lean in on things like he's a big fan of socialism and other things that seems insincere, right? He did not talk about that stuff on the red carpet of the Golden Globes. He talked about what he called and characterized an illegal invasion of Venezuela. The $25 million bounty on Maduro existed throughout the Biden administration. This military action is similar to ones that were ordered by the Commander-in-Chief Barack Obama, by the Commander-in-Chief George W. Bush, Commander-in-Chief Bill Clinton, Herbert Walker Bush, Ronald Reagan. It's nothing new, right? There was absolutely very squarely within the frame of, I can do this as the president. I don't have to ask permission. If it did actually turn into the war, which Mark Ruffalo characterized it as, then most certainly they would need Congress's approval. But it's not. It's very clearly not. Renee Good. I mean, he had a bunch of topics. Renee Good. I mean, I look at that shooting from a policing perspective, right? And I have had someone try to drive away with me in front of them, and I stepped out of the way, got in my car and chased them and ended up arresting them. I had, as a policeman also, someone intentionally hit me with a car while I was standing in front of it. It is very hard to cause serious injury when you're very close because they take off. And I, of course, just rolled over the hood onto the ground. It's kind of sideways. I did go to the hospital. But again, the person was chased, and this guy actually had wrecked into a house, not his house, just people sleeping in their home. And he was arrested and charged with crimes. I don't think it's very rare that I see a police shooting with a vehicle where it is necessary. I don't see that shooting as moral, right? I think the kill shot came through the driver's side door window. I do think that it's probably legal, right? In the context of it is a vehicle's considered a deadly weapon. She had repeatedly ignored directives. This mythos that's being pushed by a number of celebrities and people in the media, this fabulism that she was just a mom taking her children. I mean, just a mom who was just out on her day with stuffed animals in her glove box. Now, if you look at the criminal history of her and her partner, the partner recently charged with, I think, burning the children with cigarettes. That it's pretty horrifying. And they seem to have put their activism ahead of their roles as parents. And they were absolutely there to obstruct ICE. I've seen the list of offenders that ICE was targeting in that raid in Minnesota. Horrible sex criminals, pedophiles, rapists. The people that were subject to deportation orders that we want ICE going and picking up and removing from this country. That's not being talked about nearly enough. But no, they absolutely were there in an organized, targeted group to try to obstruct ICE, and they were ignoring directives. And you can't do that. And there are dangers that are inherent to that. But on the flip side, right,
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because
It's super easy, so cheap. I save shipping costs.
She said, hey, I'm not mad at y'all. She didn't seem angry and crazed. And she was very clearly trying to turn her wheel and to drive away. Now people say, oh, well, the ICE officer that shot her had been dragged by a car recently. I don't care, right? You do your job the proper way. And that was an unnecessary shooting. But it's not being, and I think Ruffalo was right. I think that J.D. Vance and other people on the right are mischaracterizing it. But Mark Ruffalo and people on the left are mischaracterizing it. They're trying to pretend she was just this woman just there, and it's all nonsense. We've ratcheted it all up. And then he gets into Trump. Trump's not a convicted rapist.
You've
right?
been going for 5 minutes.
I'll go till I'm done, and then I'll let you go.
Till you're done.
Right? Yeah. And
that might be 19 minutes.
Okay, we got a whole show here, Quanell.
It ain't that long.
Okay. So then we got these standard talking points from the left. Trump's not a convicted rapist, right? He was sued civilly by E. Jean Carroll. Very suspect, seemed very orchestrated, but there was a civil judgment. That's not a conviction for rape, right? He's not. There's no evidence that he's a pedophile. And this is my last point, and I'm going to throw it to you. I have a real problem as someone that investigated and arrested pedophiles when we bandy the term wildly to assassinate the character of political opponents. He is a serial philanderer. He's most certainly a scummy guy. I've never been a supporter of his, unlike you. And there are qualms, there are big questions about his morality, but the suggestion that he's a pedophile, the statement that he's a pedophile is just a flat lie, and it's disgusting, right? We shouldn't call anyone a pedophile that hasn't been adjudicated or there's not a amount of evidence that they're an actual pedophile. So Ruffalo, he made a good point about good. He told a bunch of lies. That's what Hollywood does, and that's what America's doing nowadays. And maybe we should just start talking about the truth.
I want to say that Mr. Mark Ruffalo, a very talented actor who's played in some great movies. The last movie I watched just a few weeks ago was a movie called Task that he was in about a father who was hijacking drug houses.
That's a TV show, not a movie.
And well, it still was a motion picture. It was a series. And it was a very good series. But I don't disagree with some of the things that he said. When he said that we're supporting, or we have a president that some of us are supporting that invaded Venezuela. You were right, there was a $25 million bounty and warrant on his head. But the idea was to go and execute the arrest warrant, Mr. Trump, and remove him, and then leave that democratically elected system in place to choose its leader. The Trump administration already agreed that the woman who was opposing and the opposing party against Maduro was really the duly elected president of Venezuela. Well, then guess what? Let her come on back. Let her go to power. She was elected by the people, but that's not what he did. The same day he spoke about the arrest of Maduro, he spoke more about oil in Venezuela than anything else. The American people did not want President Trump to go in the name of an arrest warrant, arrest the criminal, but then hijack a nation's #1 natural resource, their oil. Their oil does not belong to the American government. And to go and take their oil is criminal, like a mob boss. Secondly, this man, we found out, met with all executives the day before he went into Venezuela. Then come to find out, he got on the phone, had a conference call with all executives the day after they captured Maduro. And he just entertained them last week at the White House, then came out that meeting and said, well, I might not let Exxon in because I didn't like Exxon's attitude. I didn't like what they had to say about the oil and the situation in Venezuela because it costs so much to refine it all. Man, look, this was about oil. This was not about arresting a big-time dope dealer on the world stage. Here's the hypocrisy. This man just released one of Central America's biggest drug kingpins and exonerated him, pardoned him, let him go. And now he's entertaining this week, supposedly, the president of Colombia at the White House. when 90% of all the cocaine that comes into America is manufactured, produced in Colombia, sent to Mexico, and brought into America. 90% of the cocaine. You mean to tell me you want to go arrest one petty drug lord in Venezuela when Venezuela wasn't even in the top 10 for fentanyl coming into America or cocaine? He was sending his drugs to Europe. But now you're going to entertain another drug lord in the Colombian president and then release one who was a Central American drug lord just several weeks ago? This is madness. This is hypocrisy. Then when he pointed out what's happening in Minnesota, Charles.
The real tax deadline isn't April 15th, it's January 1st. If you miss it, you hand the IRS another full year of your compounding.
You're a former police officer, man. And you know in training, when you're encountering a problematic suspect, especially in a traffic stop, you never stand in front of the vehicle.
That's absolutely not true.
They always tell you, you don't put yourself in danger by standing in front of the vehicle.
That's not
you
true.
stand to the side so you can get out of the way if the suspect takes off.
That's not true.
In this case, there was nothing that woman was doing. There was nothing she was saying. There was no behavior that she was exhibiting that justified him standing in front of the vehicle, period. She told one ICE agent to go around. They went right around, telling the other ones, I'm not mad at you having a conversation with him. But this dude, when she goes to maneuver her car and get out of the way, and remember, Charles, she didn't escalate the confrontation at first. She's sitting there. They tell her, move your vehicle. Okay,
that's not true.
But when they say move your vehicle, you move your vehicle. But Charles, they walked up to her using harsh profanity. When they walked up to her window, harsh profanity. And then you mean to tell me that you step to the side and you notice a woman in that car. You know she's unarmed and you shoot that woman in the head twice. I want to say to white women in America, there was a time in this country, white women, you were sacred. You were seen as a sacred vessel. But now in America, we have fallen so low and there's so much hate dividing this nation. If you politically disagree with the current administration, they no longer love you, they hate you, and you being executed in the streets of America is justifiable.
So horribly not true.
And then for you to say that Mr. Ruffalo, he didn't bring up all of the deaths of those in Iran. Well, guess what? What's happening in Iran ain't none of our damn business. What's happening in Iran is for the Iranian people to determine if they want to remove that government. And if the Iranian people want to remove that government like they did in Yemen and other countries in the Middle East, then let them do that. Trump promised the American people that we would not be the guardian police department of the entire world and that we would stay out of global conflicts that had nothing to do with America. What's happening in Iran has nothing to do with us. They're doing a great job of bringing that nation down. The sanctions have played a significant role in angering the people because of the price of inflation and the cost of everything. We should stay out of that. Now this man is saying this. Tell the Iranian government, well, if you start killing protesters, we're going to respond and we're going to get involved. Mr. Trump, your ICE agents are killing protesters right here in America. So should a foreign government say to those who oppose your administration, Trump, well, if he killed one more protester, we'll send in foreign assistance to American citizens who want to fight your administration. See, that's the hypocrisy of Donald Trump and his administration. And this is the evil part. I'm going to end on this.
If you eat butter daily, this is what happens to your eyes. Take a look at these two retina scans. They both look sharp.
For Pam Bundy and J.D. Vance to call this woman a domestic terrorist, to refer to her as a domestic terrorist, show just how little respect they have for human life for those who oppose them. Donald Trump praised the military veteran who died January 6th at the protest at the White House. He condemned the federal officers that killed her and shot her. He helped approve a $5 million settlement to her family, and he spoke up for that woman at every chance he was questioned about what happened to her on January 6th. Now they turn right around and demonize this woman and call her a domestic terrorist when, if she was committing a crime in Minneapolis, okay, fine. But the woman on January 6th was committing a crime. and she died in the commission of a crime. But you defend her because the other woman a terrorist because those two women had different political beliefs. One supporting Trump administration, the other one opposing his administration. So that's justifiable homicide when you disagree with them.
Well, I mean, here's some interesting rejoinders to that long tirade of nonsense.
Not long as your 7 minutes.
I mean, you know, I don't time
I didn't
you
do 7
because
minutes.
I just have to listen for lies. I can't look at the clock and listen for the lies.
You
At
should
the
watch
same
the clock,
time.
know what time
but,
it is.
But hold on, right? There is absolutely no doubt that Ashley Babbitt was where she wasn't supposed to be. There is some question as to whether or not she was trying to get through or she was pulling people back, but she was an unarmed person shot by an armed officer while she was most certainly committing a crime and very possibly trying to get access for the protesters towards the hunkered down and hiding elected officials in our nation's capital. And everyone in the Biden administration and the media swooned around the officer that shot her and applauded him. He was awarded. Everyone, you know, there was no one saying it was a bad thing. And all of those people, I mean, you talk about the hypocrisy of the Trump administration, but you're silent on the hypocrisy of the left. All of those people who applauded that officer.
And I said publicly that they were wrong for killing her.
And then there was legion across every large media platform. He's a big hero and she's dead. And the Trump administration did pay her a bunch of money, which I disagree with. But here, Renee Good is on video also committing crimes. Now, I think
what
calling
crime
her
did she commit?
Well, she was obstructing the ICE.
That's a traffic violation.
No, it's not.
Obstructing,
You're lying.
obstructing in
Why
the
do
middle of
you
the
lie
street.
so much?
When you're obstructing, if you're obstructing the path of cars in the street, that's a traffic violation, man. That's a misdemeanor.
And you're right, but that's not the obstruction I was talking about. She was obstructing the actions of federal agents with intentionality, right? She and her wife were there to use their vehicle to try to block and limit the actions of ICE agents in a valid enforcement act against a felon with a deportation order.
You know that was
right?
wrong.
No, I don't disagree the shooting was wrong, but you don't have to lie and
Cold-blooded.
say, oh, I'm lying about this. You are
That's
rationalizing
cold-blooded.
Ashley Babbitt's killing and then pretending
No.
that this wasn't.
I
She
condemned
did.
Miss Babbitt's shooting right on this show.
And, then,
And I
hold on.
said they were wrong
Well,
for
you didn't
killing
say it
an American
today.
veteran. And I said that the
Okay.
woman died, an American
I
veteran
know.
at
That
the
was-
White House,
that
and
was-
killing her was not justifiable
Hey,
because
that
she
was
had no
back when
deadly
you were
weapon in her
supporting
hand.
Trump. That's
So
back when you were
no,
wearing
I
the red
never
hat.
supported Trump.
That's not true.
What I support is America first.
Okay.
And going into Venezuela is really not America's first.
Oh, it's absolutely America
That's
first.
Trump's rich friends
No,
first.
no.
That's Trump's rich friends
Going-
first.
okay.
But the common American
As
citizen
the
don't
child of
benefit.
a Venezuelan, I will say absolutely that it is absolutely America first.
To
Now,
take their oil?
it's better than
To
China.
take their oil?
It's better than China and Russia getting
That's
it.
criminal.
And right now,
That's
let's
criminal.
say they're not taking their oil. See,
Who all is it
hold
then?
Hold on.
You white folks are amazing.
Okay.
Who all is it
Well,
then?
I have more insight into Venezuela than you, but you've let me finish. Venezuela nationalized the oil. Chavez and Maduro
They have the
took
right to do
all
that.
of the money from the Venezuelan people. So let's hope now.
So give the
that
country back to the
freedom
Venezuelan
and
people.
liberty and democracy.
So
is
give the oil
restored.
back to the
Yeah,
people.
Oh, I'm all for it.
Not Exxon.
Oh, well, it's Chevron, not Exxon.
Oh, well, Exxon don't want to go now.
Okay.
But Chevron
It's
and any other
it's
American
absolutely
company.
Chevron.
Hell, why get it?
Okay.
And then Trump can't
But-
say, well, we're going to
and
take
it's-
the oil.
And it's better for America if you
Damn
want to talk about
mob boss.
America first.
You know who you are. You're the person that never fit in. You're the person when everybody says it's good enough, you say, no, it's not. When you see everybody else settling, you refuse to. There's something inside of you that just won't settle. There's something inside you that has a hunger to be more, to do more, to know you're meant for more. Hey, I'm Tony Robbins, and you know the truth. Most people are managing their lives. They're maintaining, they're surviving, they're making a living. They haven't designed their life, and they're not bad people. They just lost their hunger or they never ignited it. But there's something different about you.
It's better for America. Venezuela has more oil than Saudi Arabia. It has the biggest oil and gold caches of the world, more gold than Africa.
Oh, so that's why we went in.
Oh, well, certainly. It is. Now,
And that ain't criminal?
But let's hope.
That's not criminal.
Let's hope that America restores the democracy that what used to be.
like we did in we did in Iraq.
What used to be. Oh yeah. Well, here's
like
the thing.
we did in Libya.
I don't think we can help Islamists.
Like we did in Vietnam.
That's the big difference, right?
Really? Like we did in Grenada.
Democracy very clearly.
Okay.
What's going on in Grenada? What?
You remember that?
No, I remember
when
that.
America went into Grenada.
There's not a bunch of Islamist totalitarians forcing women.
What happened to that democracy?
Right. Here's the thing: we as Americans should learn a lesson about North Africa and the Middle East that we can't fix that situation.
I agree.
Right. We can't fix radical Islamism, which isn't radical over there, normal Islamism, and its treatment of people. Now, the Persian people, like a lot of people don't want to talk about Iran. I know you don't, right? But the Persian people, right, they were the first to codify freedom of religion, the Zoroastrians, right? And of course, they were conquered and conquest and colonized by Muslims, about 1,500 years ago. But at the end of the day, now maybe 1,300 years ago, but at the end of the day, up until the last 100 years, or 50 years, the seat of algebra was created in Iran by the Persian people. Practical physics created in Iran by the Persian people, right? It is a nation that is filled with brilliance and history that was all destroyed by these Islamists. And I hope that Trump helps these protesters. I am glad that Trump.
So should a foreign government help our protesters against Trump?
Military actions that were
so
limited.
Do you support a foreign government giving us military support?
No,
who protests Trump?
No, because I'm actually America
who protests
first.
Trump?
You claim to be America
how the hell
first.
can you wish that for
you
somebody else, but
first.
say no in America?
I am America
How
first.
can you wish that on
Okay,
somebody else, but then say no in America?
Because I don't think Trump is America
because
first.
you're a hypocrite.
I think Trump is Trump first. I think
your
Cornell
hypocrisy is as bright as the sun.
And you know what? Let's really put all Americans first. Every race, every socioeconomic
Stay the hell out
class.
of Iran and stay at home in this
Help
country.
those poor Persian people.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
Smith has just been a disappointment. I try not to criticize, especially black men or just black people in general. But Stephen A. Smith goes off and he talks about that he has no idea about. He is talking about me, but no facts. He has no facts. He just gets on these like white boy, right-wing podcasts or on his own show and just goes off about black people and things that for which he has no clue.
Yeah.
And he thinks because he's doing it like this, that people are going to listen to him. What's wrong with you? I'm like, what am I watching? It's just shocking to me, this sort of cozying up to white people. And it's got to be for the money. If I became a black conservative, I would be rich like a gazillionaire. Or if I just went on and started like bashing black people just to bash them. And it seems that's become his stock and trade, to make excuses for white people and to cozy up to people like Megyn Kelly. He's one of those black people who white people think black people like, but we don't. And Stephen A. Smith does not represent us. Black people don't.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
Charles, that was Don Lemon, who was famously known for working as a show host at CNN. And Don Lemon on his podcast show was speaking about his disagreement, his beef with Stephen A. Smith, who has the #1 show on sports television, ESPN, First Take. And been #1, I think, for the last 14 years in a row. Now, Stephen A. Smith has begun to gradually move over into other topics, such as politics. And Mr. Lemon is upset and angry because he feels the way Stephen A. Smith is going about addressing the issues of black people within the black community, that he's cozying up to white people and that black people are not supporting Stephen A. Smith. What saddens me about it is two things. One, I don't like to see brothers who disagree philosophically or politically or spiritually publicly fighting and condemning and throwing punches at each other. I would hope and pray, and I would rather us have a private conversation first, an attempt to see if we truly disagree at the manner in which we do, or get a better understanding. One thing I learned from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, no matter what a Black leader said about him, you never once ever heard him go publicly and speak ill or foul of that Black leader. Even when they would play what the person said about him, he wouldn't even entertain it. My problem, second problem with Don Lemon is, I've been on Don Lemon's show when he was on CNN. I had a private conversation with Mr. Lemon. And I will say this, the very thing he's accusing Stephen A. Smith of doing, that's the exact thing Don Lemon was doing when he was cozying up to liberal white folks at CNN. Many Black people were angry and upset with Don Lemon's representation and how weak he was in defending and fighting for Black people, and how he seemed to be catering to the best interests of his liberal programmers and viewers at CNN. So the very thing you're throwing a rock at Stephen A. Smith for, people were accusing you of in your own community of doing the same thing. I would say, Mr. Lemon, dear brother, now that your deal fell through with CNN and they let you go, and you try to create a new platform and deal with a real known racist in Mr. Elon Musk, and that fell through. Now, all of a sudden that they no longer have ownership of you, you want to talk strong now. You want to speak boldly now, but just so long as they were financially catering you and giving you your platform, Mr. Lemon, you had no problem cozying up to them. So you should, at least if you're going to point out what Stephen A. is doing, say to Stephen A., brother, I've been where you are. I've been the favorite hand-picked Negro of mainstream media platforms. And so it's not wise, brother, that you do this. And I'm speaking from personal experience. But to just throw rocks at him, like you've been a champion of Black voices without compromise to the establishment of quote-unquote cozying up to white people, is wrong, Brother Don. You are a brother, Don. Stephen A. Smith is a brother, but have some compassion and empathy for a man that you recognize something you disagree with when you was just guilty of that same sin yesterday.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. You are upset that clearly Don Lemon is just putting Stephen Smith's name in his mouth to get clicks on his podcast because he's been pushed off major platforms and he wants the attention to get back to the money he used to be making. But your number one complaint was that two people that share the melanin content in their epidermis are having a public debate. It seems very one-sided because Stephen A. Smith ain't clapping back because he doesn't seem to care, right? Because he's Stephen A. Smith still, and Don Lemon is no longer Don Lemon head anchor on CNN, right? He's a guy that has fallen from grace based on his own refusal to listen to the people that wrote him checks, but it's whatever. But you're literally on a show, right, where you publicly debate and frequently insult your opponent on this show publicly, and it's only okay in your book because I'm white and you're Black? You talked about Farrakhan. So Farrakhan didn't criticize other Black leaders, but he did have a penchant for criticizing, not even Jewish leaders, just Jews, but he had words for Jewish leaders and white people and white leadership. And that's okay, right? But your only qualm is that Don was negative about someone that happened to share a skin color, when also constantly you're arguing that people shouldn't look at things through the lens of skin color. But that's all you do.
I would like to answer.
Well, when I'm done talking, because you were
because
on,
I got a
didn't check
real
the
answer
clock,
for
but
you.
you went on for a long
time.
time.
I went short. I keep it short for you.
Keep it short in your imaginary fabulous mind. But
hold on. You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
It's quick.
Affordable.
It's easy to use.
It'll take you 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes.
And your order's on the way.
It's like a box.
Here's the thing. Don wasn't criticized, I mean, if what Stephen A. Smith has done is he has decided he is going to give his honest opinion about stuff. Right now, Don accusing him of pandering and cozying up to the white man and just demonizing white people, as you do, as Don has now had a pitch-in for doing since he's off the CNN platform, which he frames as white, right, which is incredibly diverse, but just bad TV. But all the issues are whitey, right? When the truth is that Stephen A. Smith has said, you know what? I'm not going to be beholden to leftist talking points. He's most certainly not beholden to right-wing talking points. And he's using the same math that he has so fearlessly done and has led him to the top of the heap of sports commentary, right? He is applying that now to more social commentary. And he is not saying, I've got to follow within the construct of I am black, so society expects me to have all these left-wing opinions. And I applaud it. And in fact, everyone should applaud it. Everyone should applaud anyone willing to get and look in a camera and actually tell the truth, because it's so rare. Like, I don't think you're lying when you say you don't like white people, right?
I never said that. I said I don't like and I hate white supremacists.
Okay.
There's some very good God-fearing white people in this world. There's some very honest white people in this world.
About women he dates,
I'm speaking about
He's just talking about women he dates.
No.
But at the end of the day,
see, that's the way white folk lie. Look at you.
Oh, what I won't lie.
That's the way white folk lie. Look at you.
What am I lying about?
Pathetic. For you to say what you just said is outright lie.
It's absolutely.
Ain't no facts
Don't
to that.
listen to this, folks.
But I will
Look,
say this: Stephen A. Smith is guilty of one thing.
Guilty of being a great
Let me tell
entertainer.
you what he's guilty of.
What?
Stephen A. Smith is a highly intelligent brother. He's so much more than just a sports commentator. God has blessed him with a level of growth and development mentally and spiritually to where he's earned the right to have an opinion and speak about political issues in this country.
Yes.
But where he's guilty of, Stephen A. Smith, brother, if you're listening or you can hear this, your people are angry with you. Because
what, black people?
Black people are angry with
How do
you,
you
dear
speak
brother.
for all black people?
Because you criticize, critique, challenge, and go after many black leaders and black organizations and black individuals, but you don't use that same zeal, that same vigor, that same energy to go after white leaders, white institutions
absolutely not
who are
true.
guilty of the same thing
That's
that you're
not true.
pointing out your own people for doing. Brother Stephen A. Smith, if you're going to critique your people, you got to be balanced, brother. You got to be just as strong with white institutions as you are with black ones when they're guilty of the same thing. If you do that, then your people would give you benefit of the doubt and don't see you tap dancing for the enemy, but being hard on your own
Who's
people.
the enemy?
That's like Clarence
Who's the enemy?
Thomas.
Who's the enemy?
The enemy are those institutions like Donald.
Stop lying.
No,
You mean white people.
Let me
Why
finish.
lie to our audience?
Those
when you say the
institutions-
enemy,
the
Quanell
enemy-
X Farrakhan means whitey.
Every white person is not an enemy of black people.
Okay, yeah, I forgot the women you date.
When you speak
not
of,
those,
when
but everyone
you
else.
speak about white institutions that are controlled and dominated primarily by white men and controlled by those like Elon Musk, who's an absolute racist.
You mean the companies he created?
And he's absolute racist.
How's he an absolute racist?
This man retweeted a post last week that said black people were genetically inferior to whites.
Well, that's pretty damn racist. That's
And
horrible.
That's exactly what he reposted.
Well,
wait a minute, hold on.
The problem is you
Hold
lie
on,
so
hold on.
much. I don't know if it's
then
true.
His father,
but I will say,
then,
if it is
then-
true,
then his
it's
fa-
horrible.
Then his father went on a podcast show.
Well, you
Elon
can't
apple don't
indict
fall
someone.
too far from the tree.
Okay.
The apple don't fall too
would
far from
that
the tree.
be fair if someone
And
said
you know what
something
his
about your
said?
father?
And
if
know-
someone
and know
said
what-
to
and know
you,
what he said?
well, Quanell's father
Know what
or
he said?
Quanell's mother?
He said his father said that black people were genetically insufficient to reproduce.
Okay. Again, that's horrible, right? But that's not Elon Musk, right? And if
Why it's
Elon
not?
Musk-
He just reposted something that said exactly
Again,
the same
that's what
thing.
I'm saying. If he did it, that's horrible. And that's racist. I didn't see that.
And
if
guess
his father
what?
said it,
Stephen A.
that's horrible
Smith,
and racist.
I didn't see you
But
going after Elon Musk the same way you do Jasmine
Stephen
Crockett.
A. Smith goes after everyone.
No, he does
And
not.
that's- and you are lying.
He goes
and you
hard
are
on
mad.
black people,
No,
but he's not as aggressive.
That's not true.
And keeps that same energy
That's not
against
true.
whites who deserve that energy
you
to him to go after.
So what you're saying is Stephen A. Smith is a pandering liar. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying
But
that.
it sounds like that's what you're saying.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm challenging my brother's courage.
So
I'm
he's a
challenging
coward?
him. I'm
He's a
challenging his courage.
coward?
No, he's not courage, a cowardly dog.
I think the exact
but
opposite.
I'm challenging
I
his
think
courage.
he is courageous
No, he
enough
must,
to tell
he
people
must
the
be
truth.
courageous enough to challenge those who don't look like us, like you challenge those who do
my
look
Lord.
like us.
See, that's the thing. You frame everything
Show
through
that
the
courage,
lens.
brother.
Everything for you is framed through the lens of skin color. And you
No.
began this segment talking about how it's bad
This
because they're
show
so
was
if,
about
if I
Don
was
Lemon
black, you wouldn't do
accusing
this show.
Stephen A. Smith
So if I was
of
black,
cozying up to white people.
if I was black, you wouldn't do this show.
Of course I would, because you
Okay.
remind me of Tim Scott. You one of the same.
Okay.
You remind me of
Wait,
Clarence
wait,
Thomas.
Wait,
you remind me of Clarence Thomas.
Wait.
You know what?
I thought
you know
didn't,
what?
I thought you didn't criticize black men publicly.
You remind me of
Were
some
you
of them
lying?
bootlicking handkerchief head Negroes who are in love with the enemy and everything else but themselves and hate their own people. Yeah, you remind me of one of them.
I don't know what a handkerchief.
So wear your
head
black
person
face
is,
in next week, and then we can further this debate
but
too.
Here's the thing. You began this segment talking about how you don't think black men should have a public open dispute.
Not
and
without
they shouldn't be
first taking a
criticized.
chance and opportunity to have a private conversation.
So you've done that with Tim Scott? You've done that with Clarence Thomas?
Oh, no.
Oh, so this is just more
Tim
Cornell
Scott and Clarence
hypocrisy.
Thomas, ain't no helping them Negroes.
Okay.
Tim Scott and Clarence Thomas, them a boot-licking, head bowing, knee bending behind.
How is that
old
any
time not
different?
forgotten, put us back in the pit.
Why
cotton
is
Negroes.
everything race,
Them two
race?
Negroes right there will sell black people down the drain for a piece of fried chicken and a buttered biscuit around the back door of the master's house.
Can I get a butter biscuit and some fried chicken?
Yeah, we'll put some rat paws in it.
Rat point? What doing?
Hey, Junior, I want out my contract too, bro. I don't want to be monetized no more. I want my own. Let me go. Let me go, Junior. We done already made all the money we can make. I don't want to go to no another label with you. I love you. But I no longer want to be monetized business-wise. I love all the monetized street. It's time for me a new look, Junior. It's time. Let me out that contract, bro. I'm done with that contract, bro. We ain't made no money. I've been with you 4 years, P. We ain't dropped number 2 projects. Ain't monetized, ain't hitting on nothing with the music, P. I'm 33 years old, P. Let me go to somebody, P, that's gonna let me go and give me about 10, 15, 20 M's like this. If you want you some money out there, cool. You can get some money out there, P. I ain't tripping, but let me go make my money, P. It's over. We done, bro.
In this round, here's Quanell X.
Charles, that's a very well-known hip-hop artist, platinum recording artist, Finesse 2 times, speaking in what is now a viral video where he's asking J. Prince Jr., who was involved in a business relationship with him for years now, 4 years, maybe 5. And he's asking him publicly via social media to let him out of his contract. And he's saying a number of things in the video. What concerns me is that I would say, Brother Finesse 2 times, you felt safe enough and you felt comfortable enough to enter into this contract. And you say you still love this brother, J. Prince Jr. Well, if you do love the brother still, why can't you have a private conversation with the brother about severing your business relationship? Even if you agree to disagree and it takes lawyers getting involved in a very peaceful manner, you all could settle this. But to take it to social media platforms where Finesse 2 times, you have enemies that want to see you fall, Finesse. J. Prince Jr. has enemies that want to see him fall. But both of your enemies is rooted in jealousy and envy. So why would you do anything on a public platform against a man you say you love, Brother Finesse, to foster problems between the both of you by the very people who don't love neither one of you? Brother Finesse and Brother J. Prince Jr., I would hope and pray that you all can get in a private room like real men, like real street really do. And hatch this
Like
thing
real
out.
street, what, dude?
But don't allow your enemies to creep into your relationships and your disagreements, because you're now publicly saying things about one another or to each other that should be said in private. And let me warn, Finesse, you were just set up not too long ago by the government with a young artist you were trying to help. And that same government still don't like you today. And that same government don't like the man you're speaking about also. Don't allow the informants, the snitches, the stool pigeons, the agent internal provocateurs to put a battery in your back, brother, and wind you up to create the downfall of both men. I hate to see this kind of stuff. Get into a private room, brother, and talk like brothers. And Finesse, I'll end on this. If you can't work it out with J. Prince Jr., do your best to reach out to J. Prince Sr. I believe that that brother could be a wonderful facilitator and mediator of the difference of the conflict, whether it's real or unreal. That brother can bring you two together and sit down as men and keep the internal issues between two men who say they love each other private and in-house and work the situation out.
So we had two topics tonight, both your topics, that both basically your entire argument.
I'm about to show you something that makes me furious every time I see it. This is a real tax return from someone making $284,972 a year in W-2 income. And look at this, line 16, their federal tax alone is $85,231. Now you add in state tax and their total tax burden jumps to $114,108. That's 40% of their income just wiped away. Here's something else that blows my mind. They're taking the standard deduction, there's no itemizing, there's no business structure in place, and they have no real estate tax strategy. They're not even planning around capital gains. Let's break it down. If this person had a side hustle and elected S-Corp status, they could have potentially saved thousands of dollars on self-employment tax. A solo 401k allows much higher contribution limits than regular 401ks. Cost segregation on investment properties can create significant depreciation deductions, and better timing on capital gains can dramatically reduce tax on investments. With proper restructuring, someone in this position could potentially pay significantly less in taxes legally using strategies published by the IRS. I see this every day. Smart, successful people getting absolutely destroyed by taxes because they haven't been shown how to do this. This return took maybe an hour to prepare, a basic compliance job, and zero strategy. With 5 simple restructuring moves, this person could have legally reduced their tax burden by 30 to 50%. That's massive money left on the table every single year. I've reviewed over 1,000 returns like this. They have the same mistakes and same missed opportunities. When I implemented these strategies myself, I saw firsthand how much they matter. The IRS doesn't hide these strategies. They're all legal, they're all published, and all available. And yet, they're rarely used. This week, I'm teaching the 5 tax strategies that could significantly reduce your tax bill and accelerate your wealth building. You can start implementing them right away. You can click below to register for free.
To the viewership, and I guess directly to the men, is, hey, black man, don't have a public dispute with another black man, right? Which seems to be looking at through the lens of race. When I hear, because I have dealt with contract disputes with artists, and of course there's a long history both in Houston and throughout everywhere in this country of musicians getting crosswise with record companies and labels and platforms that they have a contract with that they feel are limiting their ability to succeed and taking an unfair share of the money. It is not an unfamiliar allegation here. It directed at either. Now, I'll be honest, I have no, in my familiarity with rap music from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s is pretty significant. But, these artists from, I had to look up who Finesse 2 Times was, and it looks like he's a rapper from Memphis, Tennessee. I wasn't familiar with his music. I did listen to a bit of it after you suggested it. I do like his delivery. I didn't mind his delivery here, right? You're assuming that he has the financial wherewithal to go hire a lawyer, right? There are many artists who do not. And in fact, if you'll listen to his pleas, he said, look, we've only had 2 projects in the 4 years I've been working with you, and I don't have any money. We haven't made any money. I need money. And that's very much the truth, that artists, there are a number of hip hop artists that people have this because they put on this show for the music videos and for their audience, and they rap about wealth and success, but there are a great number of them that are not, that are living paycheck to paycheck. The paychecks are different in this era. It's usually just live shows and other things because you get paid so little from streaming
Right.
that unless you're one of those people doing billions of streams, you don't really matter. And it's, you know, you need a good core of 300,000 or 400,000 fans, regular fans that are buying your work, that are going
And that will
to
come
your
out to
shows,
see your
and going to
shows.
yeah, will come out, which is also strangely more difficult in the hip hop community than it is in other genres of music. So I think this is a guy that seems financially desperate, who is not getting anywhere. And if he sat across from me in the office, I'd say, look, let's just go do something else. And then you might owe a portion of it to Jay Prince Jr. There might be an attempt to enjoin you from doing it, but it's probably unlikely. But I don't think we should again lecture him for taking his beef to the streets and then talk about snitches and people and the white man and all that.
But don't pretend why I'm saying what I'm saying is not a concern. You know why it is? Because you and I both know public disputes between hip hop artists
you could have great
often turn deadly.
Right.
And I don't want to see nobody to exacerbate that and try to create that environment.
I don't
because too many of them, when they disagree, it end up in street violence and murder.
I don't think
that's what I want to make sure that does not happen.
Are doing anything like that.
But they're agents and infiltrating agents and provocateurs who will try to make that happen to bring both brothers down.
Sr. is a successful businessman, and I don't think that's a concern.
And that's why he should reach out to Jay Prince Sr.
It's time for today's face-off on Fox Soul. Challengers Quan LX and Big Angry Adams ready to go blow by blow on those hot topics. Face-off on Fox Soul starts right now.
And Bill Maher claims to be that I've known Bill since I was like 18, 19 years old, and I've never seen this publicly, but that guy. I'm so tired of those smug commentary. These act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principles. Well, no, I know I didn't. I know. No. No, come on, everybody. Let me do this. Now, I'm sure I'm right. First of all, what did they say? They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist. And rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous fashion. But, and that was like, period. And also, I mean, look, bro, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months. So I didn't know y'all was still counting.
In this round, here's Quan LX.
Charles, that was the legendary Dave Chappelle in his newly released Netflix comedy stand-up special that was released last Friday at wee hours of the morning, where he is speaking about his displeasure, dislike, and disdain for comedian Bill Maher on his show, where he was one of the leading voices criticizing Dave Chappelle when he gave a stand-up comedy show and towards Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian kingdom.